This is a nightmare for me.
Do that again. We live? Mr. G. Bundy and his amazing band. These musicians are from all over Portland. Well, you will find them in gigs all over the place. I first met G. He's an amazing middle school teacher, actually, in our city. Please, more, yeah, more. But beyond that, is an innovator and an incredible educator, and has made a lot of difference in kids' lives. And what an amazing way to start an event. By the way, if you've never done that before, you should. It's a lot of fun. But musicians, music, jazz. Jazz comes from the Big Easy. Jazz is a compilation of amazing instruments that come together to create big music that's had influence on all genres of music in the last 100 years. Like when you start to really read into jazz and what the influence is, it's unbelievable. And so the work that these people do to carry that on is amazing. Please thank me in welcoming G. Bundy and his band. Thanks, you guys. Awesome start. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our theme of today is doing big things. My name's Joth Rickey. I'm the CEO of Dutch Bros, and I'm also the chair of the Oregon Business Plan in OBC. I've had an amazing 5-year run with this team and this staff, an amazing group of leaders across the city. And it's awesome to be in our new venue at the Moda Center, away from the convention center. Let's give the Moda Center a round of applause. Speaking of big things. So as a reminder, in 2020, we launched the business plan. And this is a reminder to everybody in the room. So okay, let's do this first. Who's new to the Leadership Summit? Quick raise of hands. Who's new to Leadership Summit? Wow, and all the new people are in the middle, right? All the veterans are on the outside. Okay, I see this. See how this works. So every 10 years, the business plan gets refreshed. And we launched our new business plan in December of 2020. I was in a green room in some warehouse in North Portland because we couldn't do this. But we still plowed through and launched the business plan. Our business plan is really built on the vision of shared prosperity. If you remember one thing today, you remember the statement of shared prosperity. And that is that all Oregonians from all backgrounds, communities, and locations must have equitable access to good jobs, education opportunities, and other resources to achieve their aspirations. Shared prosperity is the halo behind this plan. It's shared prosperity for the decade that we're in. It's 2023. We're going to carry this work all the way through to 2030 and beyond. Then anchored around the shared prosperity is a framework. There's 4 goals. We want to grow wages, increase the share of people working, grow household wealth, and increase economic mobility. Those are the 4 goals of the plan. Those are non-negotiable. That's how the plan works. And then the goals are anchored by the following 3 imperatives. The imperatives of the plan are the economy, education, and opportunity. We want to grow and create and attract good jobs. We want to prepare Oregonians for the jobs of today and tomorrow. The landscape is changing around us very quickly. And we want to provide opportunity. We want to provide supports that empower more Oregonians to ensure that zip code is not a destiny. Now, when we launched that framework, we said that we were going to build annualized plans. We were going to work on plans and we were going to move through the decade as the decade shifts. There's a lot of people think that this decade will be a time of change that we've never experienced in our adult lives. So we must be nimble. We've got to be flexible. We need to work quickly, and then we need to prepare for the next thing we have to go do. So we anchored the plan in 2021, 22, with reset manufacturing, invest in our workforce. I'm not going to read it all, you can see it. But we started to work in those areas. These work clusters happen in about 3-year cycles. And then as we got to work on that, we see other things start to emerge. These are all connected in one way, shape, or another. So in 2023, we launched our next set of initiatives. You may have heard a little bit about advanced manufacturing and semiconductor. A lot of that work came out of the business plan work that we started a few years ago, and that all start to bring together what we have in 2023 with what we announced. You'll see other information in here related to homelessness. You've got post-secondary education, the I-5 bridge, developing a long-term fiscal plan for Oregon. And now as we move into 2024, we've anchored with 2 initiatives. But today, you're going to help us think about what other initiatives we should be focused on as we move forward. Revitalizing the Portland Central City was a big initiative that we kicked off about a year ago, and connect education and research with economic development, which we're going to be showcasing later today as well. We have a great day planned for you. And a lot of feedback I get from this event is you throw a lot at us. Well, guess what? We're going to throw a lot at you today too, all right? So we're not pulling back. If anything, we're going to go harder. We've got Derek Thompson here today from Washington, D.C. He's going to join us for a couple different parts of the program. We have the original founder of the business plan, better known as Senator Ron Wyden, who will focus on the growth of our economy. We're going to hear a report from the Central City Task Force. We've got the governor, the Senate president, and the House Speaker around lunchtime. We're going to spend the afternoon in education and talent development and how to ensure that all Oregonians have access to opportunity. At the end, our higher ed institutions together will be showcasing how they are thinking big in this new work towards research and economic development. So with that, the 5 years are up for me. It's been a great 5 years. I'll be here through the day, but I've had a chance, like I said earlier, to work with some amazing leaders. The staff at OBC is incredible, the leadership that Duncan provides. It's been an amazing journey that I didn't know about until 5 years ago when Patrick Kreitzer called me to invite me to be a part of this. And it's literally been a game-changing for me as a leader to be working on this, and an honor to be as a citizen of Oregon, and as somebody who's grown up in Oregon, to put the work in to make this place better. So I'm excited for the next phase of this. In 2024, Maria Pope, the CEO of PGE, will be taking over my spot. But more importantly, I'd like to welcome Maria to the stage as she takes over the next section. Thanks, everybody.
Joff, thank you for those kind words, and clearly big shoes to fill, and I need some tennis shoes. Now let me introduce our Senator Jeff Merkley, who unfortunately is not able to be with us today, but he gives us words of wisdom as we think big. Video?
Greetings, Senator Jeff Merkley here. Normally I'd be with you in person, but today I'm traveling on an official congressional delegation to Guatemala and Honduras to help strengthen their democracies and confront the corruption in Central America that's driving so many citizens to flee north toward our border. So I can't be with you in person, but I'm with you in spirit. And I'm thrilled that the theme, your summit this year, is Thinking Big, which made me think of that old Greek proverb that says, society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they shall never sit. Oregon is growing great because of all the work that all of you are doing to plan for the future. Business leaders, community leaders, government leaders, you're thinking big about our shared future. Working together on projects related to small business and agriculture and manufacturing and workforce for the success of the current economy and the success of the next generation. I encourage you to reach out to my team about ways we can continue to collaborate as we think big. Together, we can lay down the plans for the success of future generations. Thank you.
It is now my great honor to introduce Senator Ron Wyden. In the more than 20 years since the Senator helped launch this summit, it is an important convening for business, elected officials, and community leaders. Since we're at the Moda Center, it seems only appropriate that we first acknowledge the Senator's love of basketball. As a D1 athlete at Stanford and dominating in sport and policy in our nation's capital. While some of us may be skeptical of his place in this year's Trailblazers lineup, it's comforting to know that we have a veteran forward in Washington. Senator Wyden has served the Oregon Senate, served in Oregon in the Senate since 1996 and previously in Congress. He is the chair of the influential Senate Finance Committee, and he is a key member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Senator Wyden is focused on creating opportunity across Oregon. After passing the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Senate tirelessly worked to bring federal dollars to Oregon, from the Portland Airport to the port at Coos Bay. In the energy sector, we at Portland General have seen the impact of his work through a $1 billion investment in the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Hub, $250 million investment in transmission, enabling the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs to develop renewable energy, and $50 million in smart grid investments and new technologies in partnership with NVIDIA. Senator Wyden has also been instrumental and on the forefront of technology. The investment in semiconductor industry is a game changer for this state and a key driver of our state's economy, not only in passing the CHIPS Act, but in leading the work that culminated in the legislature allocating $240 million to matching funds, which will lead to a projected $40 billion of investment across Oregon. And if that wasn't enough, the senator spent last summer on his Bounty of Oregon tour, promoting vibrant food and beverage industry, a significant economic engine that makes our state a destination and all of our lives better. Few have had such impact, creating economic growth and opportunity for generations of Oregonians to come. Please join me in welcoming and thanking Senator Ron Wyden. I'm supposed to take the word.
What an inflationary introduction. And first thing I was thinking about as I was listening is, after all these years of hoop dreams, I finally made it to center court here at MODA. And I'm happy to be able to update you on the work of the Senate Finance Committee in terms of some of these Oregon priorities. But before we leave the basketball issue, I want to say I continue to be a firm believer that one day soon, this arena will be home to a WNBA team in addition to the Blazers. Little bit of business before I get to the speechifying, and I promise you there won't be a filibuster today, is a little bit of history. A little over 21 years ago, some folks that you know had a dream. There was Duncan Wise, there was Bill Thorndike, there was a new young senator who wanted to play in the NBA. And there was another fellow named Dick Wrighton. He was an executive at Utilities, but he was involved in every good cause. My understanding is he's in the House today. We wouldn't have had 21 years of great summits without Dick Wrighton. Let's give him a round of applause. Where are you, Dick? Dick Wrighton, I can't hear you. So we're going to think big a bit today, and I want to tell you that what I've been hearing, I've now had 1,065 town meetings, that Oregonians very much want the message today of thinking big. And more than that, they want us to come out swinging, because we are sick and tired of national media showing up flying in for a parachute, having some salmon, and beating us up. And I think it's time to start talking about the things we're doing. They're going to pay off big, and it's going to be important for Oregon. It's going to be important for the country. So, you heard mention of semiconductors. You ought to know we're fighting inflation ferociously. That's what the Coos Bay project is all about, because we're at capacity for some of our shipping. And this is going to lower shipping costs. Why the delegation is pushing that so hard. Prescription drugs. We're leaders not just in the insulin battle, but in going after middlemen. And this summit is going to show us again how to design some winning strategies. And the reason I say that is because we've already shown it. The big push with semiconductors did not happen by osmosis. What happened was we set up a strategy for doing this. Maria Pope, Duncan, myself, others. And we said, look, Oregon does a bunch of things really well. But one of the things we do best is semiconductors. Folks, do you know that the whole country, everybody who depends on semiconductors for cars and phones and the alarm clock that got you up this morning, it doesn't happen without the research and development in Washington County, Oregon. It just doesn't happen. And so we said, we're going to focus on the Oregon way, try approaches that are based on, good ideas, and we've been doing that. We got a record amount of money for broadband, $700 billion nearly. How did it happen? Because we had been shortchanged in the past. We had been counted as having broadband when we didn't. So I sat down with the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. We got it fixed. Oregon now has a record amount of funds for broadband, and in rural Oregon, just like you can't have a farm without water, you can't have businesses without broadband. We're going to get it. I mentioned the supply chain, issue, and we'll talk some more about it over the course of the day, but it's so important because I hear this at the town meetings. We're creating more jobs. The jobs numbers nationally were pretty good. We're creating more jobs in Oregon. We've got to do more to hold down inflation. So that's what I'm doing with respect to shipping. Prescription drugs, reducing the concentration in the food industry, which beefs up prices. So these are all some of the bread and butter kinds of issues, and I'm not going to close without talking about wildfire, because again, we've seen great changes in wood products, and we're making real headway in terms of fighting these fires. Folks, these fires are not your grandfather's fires. They're bigger, they're hotter, they're more powerful. Senator Merkley and I have been able to get a record amount of money for improving forest management, going in there and thinning out all these dead and dying materials, more prescribed burns. And let me tell you something. Before the next budget, we will have raised the salaries of firefighters so we can get the courageous people we need in the woods. So there you are, folks. Chips and semiconductors born right here at this, summit, going to create thousands of good-paying jobs. The fight against inflation, whether it's prescription drugs or lowering shipping, costs. What we're doing in the woods, the clean energy effort. There was gridlock for 50 years on clean energy, no cap and trade, no carbon taxes, no nothing. And I was a middle-rung member of the Senate Finance Committee, and we broke the gridlock. We're now going to have more than $500 billion of private sector investment in clean energy. It's part of the Oregon story built right here at this subcommittee, at this program, and it's a big part of why we ought to feel good about thinking big and showing the country that we know how to lead. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Senator. So we're going to take a couple of questions. The first is from Sue Richards from HP. Sue?
Is Sue out there in cyberspace somewhere?
She is.
Oh, good. Okay.
All right, waiting on a mic. First of all, Senator Wyden, let me just first say thank you for all the work you've done to really drive the CHIPS Act and really seeing that passage through. I know last year you visited our CHIPS factory in Corvallis, Oregon, and then also had the opportunity to visit our universities, really not only looking at our talent, our workforce, but that technology that really drives business in Oregon. And last year at this conference, you announced that Secretary of Commerce Raimondo would come visit, and you got her here. You got her here seeing firsthand what we do in this Silicon Forest and how we drive business, how we drive this technology differentiation, not only for the state of Oregon, but also for the United States. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done to do that. And it's been a huge benefit to us and to the people of Oregon. So I have a question. As we are seeing more come through the Secretary and the Department of Commerce, what more can Oregon do to really leverage the CHIPS Act funding, and how do we bring that forward this year further?
But before we have any more senatorial speech making, let's give Sue and Maria a big round of applause. They were key on the task force. Couple of quick points, Sue. First is the reason we did so well at the legislature, which paired it with the federal effort that I've been discussing, is we had a truly bipartisan effort at the legislature. You had Representative Knopp and Whalen and stellar Democrats, Janelle Bynum and Jeanette Solomon. We kept it bipartisan at the legislature. And I think that's one of the reasons why people feel good about coming out swinging now. We're doing it together. We're doing it together. We're not just going off into our separate corners and slugging each other. The Commerce Secretary came, Gina Raimondo, and within 24 hours, Gina Raimondo said to America, not just to us in Oregon, if you want to see semiconductors done right, look at Oregon. It was in the national press. Got only a couple of lines, but you're going to hear about it from me. You ought to hear about it from Oregonians. The legislature dedicated $190 million to the cause of CHIPS. And this spring, our universities benefited from federal funds. But apropos of Sue's point, there are a couple of big things that are coming up that we ought to be very excited about and are really thinking big. First, I think we have a very strong case for getting a lithography-focused National Semiconductor Technology Center. You heard it here, folks. We are going to pull out all the stops. That will be a difference maker. And apropos of additional investments, I believe we're going to see $40 million in new semiconductor investment, 6,000 good-paying jobs, and Pat Gelsinger over at Intel has been talking to me about his company's efforts to produce 5 technology nodes in 4 years. And let me just tell you how Pat Gelsinger, who I've known since he wrote a draft for me of net neutrality years ago, puts it. He says, while Intel is proud of its expansion in Arizona and new fab in Ohio, Pat Gelsinger says nothing happens without Oregon. Let's get that message out.
So, Senator, we have another question for you. It's coming from Nikki Guerrero of Hot Mama Salsa, probably someone that was on your tour.
Subtle title, huh?
Yeah, there you go. So, Nikki?
Thank you. Oh, you're gonna hold it? Okay. Good morning, Senator.
Where are you, Nikki?
I'm over here, to your left,
To my left.
right here. Thank you for the opportunity and invitation to be here today and for the opportunity to represent the small-scale food manufacturing community here in Oregon. My name is Nikki Guerrero, and as you heard, my company is called Hot Mama Salsa. We manufacture a line of Mexican-style products from salsa to tortilla chips. My company is in the midst of an expansion right now and poised to take over the co-manufacturing of some other small-scale food businesses here in the Portland area and in Oregon. As you know, the food manufacturing industry has steadily grown in our state to be a very valuable industry and one of the largest employers overall in the state. It's an industry that can support our agricultural industry, keeping more dollars in Oregon. It's also an industry that we see a lot of diversity in business owners and in employees. But it's also an industry that continues to get squeezed out by the consolidation of distribution channels, the consolidation of sales channels, the increased food safety regulations with the implementation of FSMA. Access to affordable funding is often unattainable to small-scale food manufacturers, and challenges with the available workforce continue as a result of the pandemic. I really enjoyed getting to meet you this summer on your bounty tour of food manufacturers, and I am wondering what your takeaways were from that tour and how you plan to advance and build sustainability in the food and beverage manufacturing industries here in Oregon.
Nikki is probably being too logical for much of government, but the point, Nikki, really is that's where I got the idea of turning this strategy to fight inflation, which is so important for Oregonians right now, into a chance to really help in terms of the prescription drug costs and eliminating middlemen in healthcare. And you heard in my remarks, going after the consolidation in food, which I think is driving up prices for consumers and driving up prices and costs for companies like yours. So when we get this together, we may call it the Nikki Act, because that fight against consolidation in food, Nikki, is really dedicated to your laying out the case. Now, there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle, folks, but one that Nikki and I talked about that's important to all of our businesses right now is the huge crunch in workforce housing. We are finding so many of our employers just can't get shelter for their workers. Get this, there are more than 20 school districts in the state of Oregon that are now in the housing business. Literally, they're buying houses to rent to their teachers, they're organizing rentals, they're figuring out approaches to try to get people to share rental housing. At one point, it sounded to me like going back to college, where our teachers were going to sit around at the washing machine trying to get a shift. But we need more workforce housing, and we particularly need it for small businesses and people in the agriculture and food sector. And last week, before I left Washington, I wanted to time it for the summit, I introduced the first bipartisan workforce housing legislation with Republican Senator Dan Sullivan. I think that too is going to help lower costs for business leaders like you. And thanks for being out there. Let's have a big round of applause for Hot Mama Salsa.
So we have another question from Sean Walters of Daimler Truck. Where is Sean? Oh, there you go.
Good morning, Senator Wyden. Good to see you again. The clean energy provisions you authored in the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022 for zero-emission heavy-duty trucks are finally starting to roll out, and it's improving the affordability and increasing the demand of our trucks. And I could say this has the possibility or the potential to really make Portland, Oregon, the heavy-duty truck capital and the zero-emission truck capital of our country, and we have you to thank for that.
Could all of you hear that? I didn't get the applause on it. Sean, would you appreciate?
I think we should absolutely have some applause. The leader.
Number one, folks, not 3 or 5, number 1 in
the United States. In fact, I pulled some data this morning, and according to vehicle registrations, 40% of all electric vehicles in this country are not only made by Daimler Truck, not only Freightliner trucks, but are manufactured here in Portland, Oregon, 5 minutes up the road. Senator Wyden, we've had this great success with the Inflation Reduction Act. We celebrated it here when you came out to visit us right after the act passed. What more can you share with us right now about the rollout of the carbon reduction provisions in the IRA? And what more should Oregon be doing to leverage those opportunities?
Yeah. First of all, I just want everybody to get a sense of what the job today is all about. In 2010, the last big effort before we finally broke the gridlock, there was an effort to have a cap and trade bill. It got through the House. It couldn't even get a hearing in the Senate. Not pass anything. It couldn't even get a hearing. And so I spent about a year going through everything that had been written. And I looked at a very different system that would use carrots, not sticks, make it attractive for business leaders like Daimler. And what we said, and why I'm so proud that this company is in our state, is we're going to have technology neutrality, which would give every energy source a chance to participate. And you should know this law would not have happened without Maria Pope. So let's have a little bit of applause for her as she mobilized the electric sector. And what we were able to do is get technological neutrality, and what makes his trucks so terrific is the more you reduce carbon, the bigger your tax savings. Never been done before. Never been done before. When I proposed it, some of the lobbyists took bets on the passage of something like this in the Finance Committee, and the consensus was less than 1%. So that's what you get with Daimler, and there are lots of things in the Oregon way package: efficient new water heaters, heat pumps, solar panels, big tax breaks for commercial rooftop solar applications, the industrial applications, but particularly I am so proud that we've got in the House a leader not just in Oregon, but in terms of the country. And we're going to be doing a lot more. I got 90% of the clean energy package passed. But the one thing we didn't get, which is very important to anybody in the truck business, is increased transmission capacity to grow these cleaner vehicles. I'm going to come back and get that next time. Thank you.
Okay. So, Senator, from clean energy to infrastructure to technology, the IIJA, the IRA, and the CHIPS Act, there's a tremendous amount of federal funding. What call to action do you have to all of us to maximize those benefits for Oregon?
What I hope we'll do, and this is why I was so pleased to see that the title this year was going to be Think Big. I said, I'm going to go a step further. I want everybody to come out swinging to take on these big kind of issues, the big challenges in terms of housing. I didn't mention mental health. We made a new announcement on Friday of help for the schools, particularly these 8th graders, for example, coming out of the pandemic, have really been set back in their own description at this little event because we didn't do all we could have in terms of mental health to prepare for a pandemic. So we got some heavy lifting to do, but I'll close with this. I was in Southern Oregon recently, and they said they hadn't seen the drug enforcement people and all the law enforcement authorities. And I said, are you kidding me? Fentanyl is coming up I-5. We've got it in 84. It's coming from Mexico. It's now coming in small packages in order to get around some of the trade laws. Fentanyl in small packages coming from Mexico, I-5. I said I was going to get it changed. 3 months later, the day I came back to town, there was a big bust. The DEA announced more presence there, more hours. You saw the bust that we had in Portland. We've got a long, long way to go in terms of ridding our state of this drug scourge. But now we're thinking big. We're coming out swinging. This is what the summit's all about. Go get them. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria and Senator Wyden. Excellent conversation to kick off the day. And now for his second year at the summit stage, we'd like to welcome Oregon's Poet Laureate. The Poet Laureate program is a collaborative project of the state's 5 cultural partners: the Oregon Arts Commission, Oregon Humanities, Oregon Heritage Commission, Oregon Historical Society, and the State Historical Preservation Office, with funding from the Oregon Cultural Trust. Please welcome Anis Mojgani.
Good morning. How is every? All right. I believe your hearts are louder than that, as is usually the case. It's funny, this thing of thinking big. You know, I think often of how a thing is defined by, often less by what it is and more so by what it touches. You know, like its lines define what it is. And so, you know, when I think about thinking big, to me, it very often means how does one start recognizing these lines that separate things? And how then does one... Can y'all hear me? Do I have to start getting loud? How does one break past those lines to redefine what one has always has to be? Are we good? Can y'all hear me? No. Somewhere? I'm hot. All right. Yeah, all good? Can y'all hear me now? All right, fantastic. Thank you. You know, with regards to just simply that, like, how do we start moving ourselves past these lines to start thinking beyond, start feeling beyond, start moving beyond all the ways in which we have perhaps moved before? And for me, often that is less on a larger level and more on a smaller level, on a self level, on an individual interactive level. And so I wanted to offer this up to y'all this morning as you proceed into your day. Come closer. Come into this. Come closer. You are quite the beauty. If no one has ever told you that before, know that right now. You are quite the beauty. There is joy in how your mouth dances with your teeth. Your smile is simply a sign of how sacred your life actually is. So step into it. Come closer. Know that whatever God might be, they asked the world around them to help them make something of worth. They woke from dreaming, scraped the soil from spaces stuck somewhere inside themselves, made you and were happy. You make that, Lord, happy. Come into this. Come closer. Know that something softer than us, but just as wholly planted pieces of itself into our feet that we might one day dance our way back. Know that you are almost home. Come just a little bit closer. There are birds beating their wings beneath your breastplates. Gentle sparrows that ache to sing. Come aching hearts. Come soldiers of joy, doormen of truth. Know that my heart was too big for my body, so I let it go. And most days this world thins me to where I'm just another cloud, forgetting another flock of swans, having shaved off so many of my corners that I have felt at home only in the shape of a ball, bending myself so far backwards that the song of my mother believed I was returning home. But believe me when I tell you that somehow my soul still manages to squeeze itself into very narrow spaces. Place your hand beneath your head when you sleep tonight. Perhaps you will find it there. Making beauty as we sleep, making beauty as we dream, making beauty as we turn over. When we turn over in the ground, may the ghosts that we've asked our answers of do this turning, kneading us into crumbs of light and into this love thing called life. Come into it. Come, you wooden museums, gentle tigers, little giants. I see teacups upside down glowing across your grins. Your hearts are like my hands. Some days, all they do is tremble. I am like you. I am just like you. I too at times am filled with such fear, but like a hallway must find the strength to walk through it. Walk through this with me. Through this church of blood, bone, and muscle that is ours, there is a doorknob that glows like chance before you. Grab it, turn, and pull. Step through, back straight, chin up, eyes open, hearts loud. Walk through this with me. Walk through this with me. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Anise. Amazing. All right, now it's time to meet our guest speaker who came all the way from our nation's capital, Derek Thompson. Thompson is a staff writer at The Atlantic. He is a contributor to CBS News. He's a news analyst for the NPR show Here and Now, and he's host of the podcast Plain English. I'll put a little plug in for Plain English. I've done a lot of research on Derek the last couple months, and it's fabulous content. And he's an amazing interviewer, which makes it hard for me to be the interviewer interviewing the interviewee, right? He's also the author of best-selling book Hitmakers, How to Succeed in an Age of Distraction, and Derek Thompson on work and anthology of his essays about labor and technology in The Atlantic. I've been looking forward to this since I was given the assignment. Come on out, Derek, join us on stage. Welcome. Welcome to Oregon.
It's great to be here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. Came in hot last night, I think, so appreciate you being here.
It's great to be here.
So as I mentioned, there is so much content that you could cover with Derek. We literally could be here all day. And the one that I really want to talk to him about is baseball, but we'll save that for maybe backstage, okay? So the main reason why we're here is really, your topic of the abundance agenda. And that writing that you did that basically called out a lot of things. So maybe just, give us a high level look at like the abundance agenda, your thought about that, and then we'll kind of dive into that from there.
Yeah, so one of the more important and, to me, more passionate projects the last few years of my writing and podcasting has been this idea that I call the abundance agenda. And the abundance agenda really emerged from two gaps that I saw and was frustrated by in America. The first gap is the gap that I saw as a sort of center progressive between what we say and what we do. So we say that housing is a human right. But it is prohibitively expensive to build housing in the bluest states and deep blue cities in America. We have this set of rules that makes it almost impossible to meet population growth with housing growth Despite the fact that liberals keep saying housing is a human right, we don't build enough of it. We say, for example, that we have to fix climate change, that it is the challenge of our generation. And yet, many of us make it almost impossible to build clean energy, at least until, Senator Wyden was talking about the IRA and its subsidies, its carrots to get us going. But even so, we have rules that make it incredibly difficult to build the solar energy that we need. We're shutting down wind turbines on the East Coast. We've made it absolutely impossible to build nuclear technology in this country. We have closed more nuclear power plants than we've opened in the 21st century. I mean, that is a shanda if what we want to do is decarbonize America. We say, for example, that healthcare is absolutely essential to making a decent life in America, and yet there are deliberate rules on the books that constrict the number of doctors and nurses that can work in America. So over and over and over again, you see this gap between what we say, the values we profess, and the laws and the regulations that we write. And that was pissing me off. So I wrote this idea called the abundance agenda. I said what we need is to identify what is good, what are the material bedrocks of a good life in the 21st century, and how do we do this simple, stupid thing of making more of that stuff, of putting our money where our mouth is. The second gap that I saw as I did more and more research is there's this frustrating gap between what Americans invent and what we build. We are the most ingenious inventors in the world. We win all the Nobel Prizes in the sciences and physics and mathematics. But if there was a Nobel Prize for actually building what we invent, we'd be at the bottom of the list. We invented the elevator. Elijah Otis invented the elevator. So why does the US have such a hard time building buildings that have elevators in them in downtown areas? We invented the semiconductor. Why is the frontier of semiconductor and chip technology in East Asia rather than in East Oregon? We built and invented the solar chip. We invented the solar chip at Bell Labs in the 1950s. Why don't we have the frontier in solar chip technology? Why don't we lead the world in solar chip installation? We invented nuclear power. We don't build it, South Korea does. So over and over again, I became really frustrated by the fact that America's lack of an abundance agenda has nothing to do with our lack of intelligence. We have so much intelligence, but where is our will to actually build what we invent?
So well said. And so as you think about all that, and you think about as you're putting the paper together and really the whole argument for it, like what was your context for how we got here? Like how do you process that?
So the easy answer, the answer that would have been so much easier for me as I'm writing a book on this and writing all sorts of articles about this, is to imagine that what I'm fighting is a simple enemy, that what I'm fighting is a nemesis, that it's as simple as like just the Death Star, and like one great shot from Luke Skywalker brings it down. It's not. The more complicated story is that the problems that we face emerge from solutions to problems that we used to have. So what does that mean? Think about this as a sort of three-part history of environmentalism in America. Part one is conservation. In the turn of the 20th century, Teddy Roosevelt, John Muir, Gifford Pinchot, all these progressives in Washington, D.C., decided to invent something they called a national park. They would draw a line around certain parts of the United States during a period when all sorts of industrialists were running roughshod across the country, and they'd say, no, you cannot run roughshod in Yosemite. You cannot run roughshod in Yellowstone. We were drawing a circle, and we were saying you cannot do business here. That was the age of conservation. But between the age of conservation, the early 1900s, and the 1960s and 1970s, America experienced what you could call a growth machine. We built everything. We built all the roads. We built all the cars. We built all the bridges. We had the Apollo Project and the Tennessee Valley Authority. We had the New Deal. We built all of the interstate highways. We built America. It was an amazing time for building, but it came at a very real cost. Because the 1960s and 1970s, the rivers in Ohio and Pennsylvania were on fire. And there were rivers in New Hampshire that backed up against the textile mills that would run with the color of whatever dye was being used in those textile mills that day. They would run green and then blue and then yellow. We were destroying the air and destroying the planet. There was lead that was poisoning our children. We were growing, but at a terrible cost. And you had a revolution. You had an environmentalist revolution, the late 1960s and early 1970s. You had Silent Spring and you had 11 laws passed between 1968 and 1973, like NEPA and the Clear Air and Water Act, and we cleaned up the country. We said you cannot grow at no cost, at no expense. You have to consider the environment. And my thesis is that the medicine of the 20th century has become the disease of the 21st century. Environmentalists and right-thinking liberals made it so difficult to build anything that now the laws that we passed to save the environment in the 1960s and 1970s actually hurt the environment in the 21st century. Because the only way to save the world and not destroy our material well-being is to decarbonize the economy. But you can't know your way to decarbonization. N-O. You have to build your way to decarbonization. You have to build solar panels and build wind turbines and build nuclear power plants and build interstate transmission lines to carry the clean, renewable electricity from state to state. And we can't build anymore. And so what we need is a synthesis. We've had the age of conservation. That was the progressive age, the early 1900s. We've had the age of regulation for the last 60 years. We need an age of abundance, an age of clean growth, where we, yes, prioritize growth, but also with the understanding that we cannot grow and we cannot live like it's 1870 anymore. We need a new paradigm, but that paradigm has to put growth front and foremost.
So as you dig into that a little bit more, maybe get even more specific on a couple of areas, and maybe some specific examples about that. I think one of the big topics in our state with our new governor is housing, and thinking about housing and production and the associated infrastructure to support that. So take us down another notch into maybe a housing discussion around the abundance agenda.
Well, there's no question that if you look at this historically, the US, the 1940s and 1950s, led the developed, rich world when it came to houses per capita. We now lag almost every single country in the OECD in houses per capita. We have an extraordinary housing shortage across the country, and it is particularly bad, I have to say, in blue states, and it is particularly bad in deep blue cities within blue states. I wish, like I said, that this is the kind of problem that we could solve the same way that Luke Skywalker solved the problem of the Death Star in Episode 4. Just one well-fired shot into the hole, bring down the entire Death Star, and voila, the housing shortage is over.
Yeah.
It's not like that. The easy story is not the true story here. Oregon banned single-family zoning in 2019. That's not bringing down the Death Star. Because even if you ban single-family zoning, you still have a permitting process such that, as I recall in my brief conversations with the governor, it takes something like 27 different permitting filings in order for any new construction to begin. If you have rules and laws that make it complicated and difficult to do something, you will get less of that thing. I mean, just look at something like parking laws. It's really easy where I live in Washington, D.C. and in the Virginia suburbs to build a mall. It's really easy to build a strip mall because you just have the strip mall and it's set back from the street and you have a bunch of parking in front of the strip mall, and so it of course meets the parking requirements. And so what do you have in Northern Virginia where I live? Malls and malls and malls. I lived for 7 years in New York City, where I never lived in Brooklyn, but I walked by the Brooklyn brownstones, which maybe you're familiar with if you spend time in Brooklyn or just seeing them on the internet. It is illegal to build a Brooklyn brownstone basically anywhere in this country because of parking requirements. We have rules that say, here are the requirements, and the world that we live in is downstream of the rules that we write. So my clarion call to people is, you can't just say that 60 years of an era of regulation can be undone with one governor's signature that eliminates single-family zoning. We're talking about 60 years of regulations and rules, and I think we'll get to this in a second, mindsets. This really does come down, I think, sometimes to the question of, what do we want? We say we want houses, and we say that we want our home values to remain where they are without any possible threat of nearby apartment construction. And we say sometimes that we don't like the noise from construction, and sometimes we don't like to have to detour around houses that are being built. And we also say that we like the environment. And so sometimes our priorities are caught inside of this nest of other priorities. And if we really are going to make a priority of housing, we actually have to, this sounds so stupid, but it's true, make a priority of housing with the understanding that it will sometimes, in prioritizing that thing, come at the expense of other priorities. But those are hard decisions. And they're decisions that make us question all of these different values that we have accreted over the last 60 years of being comfortable in a paradigm where we just don't build stuff. And we become comfortable with the world in which we just don't build stuff. And the people who do build don't get enough practice building stuff. I mean, I'm going on a tangent now, but like one of the reasons why, for example, I think nuclear power plants, which are so critical for zero carbon energy generation, are unbelievably expensive to build in America, and something like 7 to 8 times cheaper to build in South Korea, is very simply that South Korea builds nuclear power plants in the 21st century. So they have practice. And in practice, they come down a learning curve. And in coming down the learning curve, they find more efficient ways to do it. And the efficiency of building nuclear power plants gives the next marginal nuclear power plant builder the confidence that they can build a nuclear power plant. But if you never start this flywheel of progress, if you never start this flywheel of building, you will never reach the point where building is easy, and therefore it will only be hard. And it will only be harder for the next revolutionary, the next progressive, to come into office and say, I want to do something big. Well, you haven't started yet, so it's going to be really, really hard. And I guess this just comes back to the idea that you have to decide, not just as a governor's office, not just as a legislature, but as a public, as a citizenry, that this is your priority. Housing is your priority, and you're willing to sacrifice other priorities in service to it.
Okay, that was fantastic. Let's go down one other rabbit hole, okay? We went down housing. Let's go down education. So we have, as a state, education has been a priority for quite a while. We are coming off of a teacher strike here in Portland, which has just been resolved. Don't expect you to know everything about state education policy and what's happening here. But maybe take us out of our state for a second and maybe give us a little bit of a State of the Union on education from your perspective nationally and what you're seeing and how this is being managed across the country.
Well, here's what I see in education. Every few years, PSIA does an international standardized test to judge how different students in America versus other countries in the OECD and Japan and Scandinavia are doing on reading and math tests for older middle schoolers. And if you've heard a lot in America about the decline in reading scores since the pandemic, right? That learning loss has been particularly acute in reading. This is something that Senator Wyden was talking about in the seat, I believe. The US actually does better than many other similarly rich countries on literacy. Where we really fall behind and where we have fallen behind consistently for the last 10 years is in math. If you look at a graph of US PISA math scores versus other similarly rich countries, it's not just that our math scores have declined in the last 3 years since the pandemic. They've declined almost linearly for the last decade. What I would ask is, where's that conversation? Who at the national level is saying, you know what's really, really important for an economy that we have every reason to think is going to go deeper into software, deeper into computer programming, deeper even in the life sciences into computational biology, figuring out what to do with people's genomics, what to do with people's genomes, and how we can compare genomes in order to identify biomarkers and design certain drugs. For all of these jobs that are going to make the world a better place, we need to be world-class at math. But at every decile of math score, not just the worst performing students, but also the best performing students, they're all getting worse over time, right? Just to be clear, even the 90th percentile math student in America is doing several points worse today than he or she were doing 10 years ago. Why? How? Have we forgotten math principles? Clearly not. It's not in our understanding of math, it's in the execution of the teaching of math. What happened? I don't have the answer to this, but these are the kind of questions that I would like to be asked at both the national and the local level. We know that this kind of education is absolutely core to the future of our economy. and therefore to the future of our children's ability to get high-paying jobs when they graduate from high school or college, why are we having an across-the-board failure in an ability to raise math scores in this country across a decade? Those are the kind of questions that I would like to be asked.
Yeah, and it might actually be the best return on our investment.
Yeah.
For the work that we need to do over the next decade. All right, so let's pull us back out a little bit here and back to the abundance agenda and make the moral case for that. Make the moral case for growth as you talk about growth and having more, and let's dig into that a little bit.
This is a tough issue. There are a lot of liberals and a lot of progressives right now that are feeling themselves pulled toward an ideology that is sometimes called degrowth. And the degrowth ideology, we were just talking about priorities a little bit ago. The degrowth ideology essentially says, if your priority is saving the biosphere, then you should be willing to sacrifice economic growth to save the biosphere. What we should do in order to save the planet is to restrict growth and have a kind of centrally planned economy that ensures biospherical success. To that, I would say a few things. First, if you look across countries, as they get richer, the carbon density of economic activity tends to decline. Countries tend to get more efficient with their energy usage as they get richer. So it's a false idea. It is a myth that as countries get richer, they become more wasteful with energy. No, in fact, as most countries get richer, they find ways to do more with less. And so if what we want is for the world to be saved, we should actually hope for countries to get richer and to figure out more problems through technology and innovation to make their activities more energy efficient. The second thing I would say is that we live in a democracy in which all of our policies are downstream of political elections. And the degrowth ideology essentially goes to the public and says, I know my opponent is promising to raise your living standards, but I promise you I won't let that happen. That doesn't make any sense to me. You're not going to win any election by promising people that their living standards will be sacrificed on the altar of endangered species. You have to find some way of telling people that they can have their cake and eat it too, because I think in some ways we've shown that we can. So I want people to fall back in love with growth. I want them to see that when the middle class grows, it's good for incumbents. And when incumbents maintain power, they can do complicated and sometimes even unpopular things, like find a way to build more housing even when there are other really powerful interest groups that are trying to find ways to get them to not do that. So I'm a huge fan of moral growth. I'm a huge fan in finding new paradigms for moral growth. And I think it's absolutely essential that even as liberals in particular offer up a message to their voters of protecting the planet, they don't twin that message with a message of degrowth. They say, no, we can save the environment and we can invest in clean energy, and you can have your cake and eat it too. One last point I guess I would make on this is I think that too often environmentalism can be a kind of sort of a deficit mindset. There's an attitude that I think emerged in the 1970s that is that of sort of recycle and reuse. That environmentalism isn't about living a better life, it's about sacrificing for the sake of the planet. But I think that one of the wonders of clean energy innovation, of solar energy and wind energy and geothermal and nuclear, is that you can have more energy, more wealth, while reducing your carbon footprint. And I would love a message to come from the left, or come even from the center left, that says, this is not about getting you to live a worse life on behalf of the environment. This is actually getting you to live a more awesome life, but with electric cars and with abundant energy that, yes, comes from renewable sources.
Excellent, thank you. So do you see, do you have any examples, or have you seen where states, or maybe on a national level, where people, the inertia, they're able to overcome it, and you're starting to see some change out there? Anything out there that you point to and say, these people are doing it, or they're moving towards the right way?
Yeah, I would answer that it's not so much that it's happening at a state-by-state level, which I believe it is. I think it's absolutely happening in California. I mean, you listen to the way that the governors of Oregon and California talk. They talk in this abundance mindset. They talk about more houses. They're proud of new renewable energy generation. They're proud of semiconductor manufacturing. They want to build more here. I love that vibe. But I do think it's happening in a way at a national level, rather than so much at a state level. And that goes to this idea that I've really struggled with, because when I started writing about this subject, I would talk to some people that I considered really, really smart. And I would say, what are the most important bottlenecks that we have to building what I call the abundance agenda? And they would say, I think the bottleneck is culture. I think it's mindset. I think it's psychology. And my immediate response to that was like, that's so hippy-dippy and woo-woo. Like, what do you mean it's all about psychology? Like, no, like I'm used to reporting on macroeconomics. Like, this is about numbers. It's about data. We're talking about, it's about regulations. It's about laws. It's about bureaucratic processes. It's about complicated stuff. And the more I read about this, and the more people I talk to, and the deeper I get into the subject, the more I'm persuaded that actually it might all come down to mindset. I don't want to say it all comes down to vibes, but it might come down to something like ideology. I think that people carry with them a certain sense of what is good and bad in the world. And I think that people in the late 19th century, when we were like in the pure go-go era of American growth with absolutely no care for environmentalism, maybe I think go-go was like a cue to the...
I think Siri, that must have been Siri.
That's exactly the vibe that was going on inside of the late 19th century industrial.
That was Siri, yeah.
They were like, we're going to kill the bison. That's how it feels.
Cue the music. Okay.
We don't think like that anymore, right? We don't think like that anymore. We have a different mindset. And to a certain extent, I do think that you have to, as absurd and like childish as this is about to sound, you have to find some way to make these ideas cool. You have to find a way to make growth cool. You have to find a way to make calling for more housing cool. Because that ideology has to succeed at several levels. It has to succeed at the level of getting a voter to check your name on a ballot. It has to succeed at the level of talking to special interest groups once you get power. It has to succeed in the level of getting the legislature to go with you because they trust that the voters are now on your side when it comes to this idea of, building chips in Oregon is cool. Building solar energy in this country is cool. Building wind turbines just off the coast is cool. And so it sounds so simplistic and stupid and like high schoolish to say that what we need to do is make these ideas cool. But weirdly, the more sophisticated I find myself going into these subjects, the more I find myself pulling out of this and feeling unsophisticated about my thesis statement, which is, no, fundamentally, we need to change mindsets. We need to get people to feel like growth is cool, and clean energy is cool, and building stuff in America is cool, and calling for abundance is cool, and asking for degrowth, and asking to stop, and saying no to projects that can allow thousands of people to move into our state. That ain't cool. It's difficult to do. It's difficult to work at the level of vibes. But fundamentally, I think that especially maybe in a social media mediated age, when so many people interact with government at the level of, let's be honest, frankly, memes, you have to be willing to play at that level. And that's really difficult work. But I think it's really important too.
It's important. And I think, another important topic, and we didn't prep for this, so be ready. So the next section of this morning is going to be about our Central City Task Force and the work that came together to talk about Portland, and not just Portland, but really our cities in general around the state. And really, Portland is a role model for what happens everywhere else. And I listened to your podcast from last spring, I think it was, about cities and what was going on with cities in America. And I'm just curious, as we kind of bridge into the back half of our morning, kind of what your perspective is on the big city. What's your perspective? And I think that every part of the country is having different experiences related to what's happening with cities. I spend a lot of time in New York, and I see a certain city. It's not the same city that it used to be, but it's a city. I walk the streets of downtown Portland. It's a different city today than it was. And we're working on how do we think about it. And I heard the topic of the urban dilemma. Mm-hmm. And maybe address that for a few minutes here before we go to close.
Yeah, sure. This is a big topic, and big cities are facing a lot of nested problems right now. There's a problem of drug use, there's a problem of homelessness, there's a problem of a feeling of urban decay, and in some cases, a fact of urban decay. And then there are municipal finance problems. There's a lot of cities that finance themselves with business taxes and real estate taxes. And in an era where more companies are going hybrid, the value of corporate buildings is declining, which means the tax revenue that comes from those buildings is declining, which means that municipal revenue is declining, which means that cities are now operating from a deficit, even as they need to find a way to attract more people and, yes, build more apartments for people to live in those cities. So there is, I think, a difficult flywheel that a lot of mayors and a lot of governors are trying to reverse. It is not lost on me, I think this is a point that was made in that podcast, not lost on me, that when you talk to CEOs of white-collar businesses, they can sometimes be a little bit mealy-mouthed or ambiguous in the issue of remote work. On the one hand, they want people in the office. On the other hand, they don't want to drive away workers to some other company that is remote. And so they'll say, we're working on a hybrid model, and maybe we're working on the 3-2 model, 3 days in, 2 days out. But fundamentally, for our high earners, especially those in their sort of middle-aged years who want to be really flexible because parent flexibility is important, and we know that commutes are immiserating, et cetera, et cetera. But when you talk to the mayors and the governors, they say, we got to fix this. You got to come into the office. Come back to the office, replenish our cities, shop on the streets, drive revenue to storefronts, and also raise the value of corporate buildings that are paying property taxes back to the city. We need to fix this problem. So it's not lost on me that the CEOs sometimes are being more ambivalent on the issue of remote work than the governors and the mayors, who are seeing this more clearly through a revenue standpoint. Cities face a lot of problems right now, but the biggest myth I could possibly leave you with is that there's some golden age of the city that didn't have problems. The cities in the 1970s had a lot of problems. Ford to New York dropped dead. New York was having a lot of problems in the 1970s. You think about an era where I know New York and DC better than I know basically any other city in America, but even in maybe the best years of New York, in the Bloomberg years, the 2000s, the 2010s, home prices were going absolutely crazy. And Michael Bloomberg was talking about his city as it was basically just like a bunch of penthouses. That's not what New York is supposed to be. New York is not supposed to be a place where only double income, no kid dinks and millionaires can live and no middle income people with families can live. That's not what a city is supposed to be. And so even in the best years of New York, you could argue that New York was running away from its identity. Cities are like live organisms. They're dynamic, and they're always changing, and there's always going to be problems, and they need leaders who understand that dynamism is an inherent part of the job, but they have to find some way of keeping in mind what I believe to be the clear priorities. You need security on the streets, and you need more housing. And once you have security on the streets and more housing, it's my belief that a lot of economic benefits redound from that, are downstream of that. If you have housing, you have more people that can live in the city, you have more service workers and more young people that contribute to the service industry, but also creativity in that city. And once you set those sort of basic ingredients, a lot can sort of flow out of that petri dish of urban life. So security and housing are so foundational for me when it comes to sort of rescuing cities from the doom loop that they face right now. But I know that it's more complicated than that, and I know that cities always have and always will face enormous challenges because they are hard animals to wrangle.
And to your point, this is not a new thing. This has happened over generations of time. It's just our turn to fix it.
Yes.
All right, we have a minute left. Final thoughts as we think big about Oregon and we think about what's a realistic vision for a state like Oregon as we think about solving big challenges?
I think Oregon is such an incredibly interesting test case of my theory of the 3 areas of environmentalism. And this is a city that is proudly and famously environmentalist, that has just beautiful landscapes and whose growth management policies from the 1970s on have tried to be thoughtful about how do we build while respecting the fact that we live within natural splendor, and we want to find some way to live in a city that has prosperity and has natural wildness. And this is an amazing place, I think, to serve as a petri dish of my theory that we might be, or hopefully, entering this 3rd era of environmentalism in America, We had the era of conservation, where people in Washington, D.C., technocrats drew circles on an American map and said no government can enter here. And then we had the era of regulation, where in truthful recognition of the fact that our air and our water had been destroyed by industrialism, passed laws like NEPA and the Clean Air and Water Act that did clean up the country, but also in conjunction with growth management policies made it really difficult to build the housing and clean energy infrastructure that we need in order to thrive in the 21st century. We need a 21st century synthesis of growth and environmentalism, and I cannot think of a better place than Oregon to test the proposition that that new paradigm is possible.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, Derek Thompson, you're going to switch chairs in a few hours, and you'll be interviewing the governor.
That's right.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate your words, and we'll see you in a couple hours.
Great.
Thank you. Derek
Thanks.
Thompson. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, if that doesn't get you in the mindset of thinking big, I'm not sure what will. Derek has such a great perspective, and like I said, if you go to his podcast, you look at some of his writings or some of his books, you will see a perspective there that takes you on a journey that's very thought-provoking, no matter who you are or what topic you're interested in. So I challenge you to do that. It's been excellent brain food for me over the last couple of months. All right, we're working on our last section here as we go to break. Now, the challenge today is about leadership and thinking big. The challenge today is about getting Oregon out of some of the, now incrementalism is necessary to a degree, but I would also argue that in some cases, and I think Derek makes some good points on that incrementalism we need to skip a few steps in order to get some big things done. And so the challenge upon all of us, and whether you're running a company, whether you're in a city, whether you're in a municipality, running a nonprofit, it is always hard to get the big thing done because change is a monster. They go together all the time. And change takes guts. Change has to create change. You've got to think big to do it, and you've got to be bold as leaders to say, no, follow me. This is the way we need to go. So as we think about thinking big, we're going to go to you. In a few minutes, we're going to have, we are bringing electronic voting into the Business Summit for the first time in 21 years. We caught up to 2015, okay? But we're going to start with the ideas, and we're going to challenge each of you to think about what's the big thing that you want to get done? What's the big thing that you want to work on? What's the big thing that you can go after and create change? Now, for me, personally, I'll give you an example of that. I have two areas where I'm going to focus my time. One is on early childhood. As I mentioned to Derek, I believe the investment in early childhood is the investment in our future. It can change our future if we go right there. And I think we're going to hear from another advocate of childcare here in a moment. The next one for me is actually food systems. I know it's funny. I'm a food and beverage guy, but I am fascinated by the position that Oregon sits with our agriculture, and the position that we sit with our water, and the position that we sit with our transportation systems and our ability to feed the world. I'm going to spend more time not just on how we get more yield out of crops. I want to spend time on how Oregon does a better job of feeding the world. 10 billion people we have to feed, and we got to figure it out. So how do I, as a leader, pour into that to help feed the world? And Jim, yes, I'll work on the WNBA as well, okay? All right, so let's go to the floor. I'm going to ask a few people here. Let's see, we've got Katie Brooks. We've got Representative Susan McLean. And then we have a student, Devin Lomax Pasco from REAP, who is going to help us think further about what they want to think about as far as thinking big. So let's go to Katie first. Down there. Hi, Katie. Here you go.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I want to talk a little bit about childcare as an economic issue. I am the CEO of the Bend Chamber of Commerce. I also sit on the Early Learning Council for the state, and I know there's a couple of folks, including our chair, Sue Miller, who's here with us today. So there are a few things that we can do as business leaders. First off is to support more funding so families in need can have access to childcare and get back to work. The second thing is to work with our higher education institutions, community colleges specifically. How do we incentivize people to get into childcare providing? And how do they make a living at it? We can work with our workforce folks in all the regions across the state on finding solutions to that. It's something that I've been working on with a cohort of folks in Central Oregon. And finally, it's the call for all of us to do something as employers to figure out how to support our employees to get more child care, get quality child care, and help the providers in our communities expand.
Excellent. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. As an employer in Southern Oregon, I can tell you that 1 in 10 kids in Grants Pass have access to child care. Very hard for me to hire employees or to bring more people into the Southern Oregon region, especially young families, if we don't have access to child care. In fact, people will basically turn me down because their kids don't have a place to be. All right, next, Senator McClain, who I believe is, down here. Okay. I'll run. I got the tennis shoes on today. Good. All right, what big thing are you going to focus on?
Thank you very much. It's Representative McClain, and I'm happy to be here today. And there are a lot of things that I want to work on this year, and 24 and 25. And one of them includes child care, and it includes education all the way from child care through higher education. But today I'm going to talk about transportation. And I've been really excited to hear what Derek had to say about it being cool to want to think big, and that it was cool to really think about how infrastructure helps us grow in all areas. Whether it's education, whether it's housing, whether it's jobs, you have to have infrastructure to make it work. So in 20 and 25, we are going to be working, and we hope you'll come to our huddle this afternoon, to talk about a multimodal, safe transportation system that takes care of freight, takes care of the economy on the West Coast, is going to be providing the kind of infrastructure that we need in our communities to be full, complete communities where we can get our kids to school, we can get to work, and we can also do some wonderful traveling around the region and around the state to see that beautiful natural area. But come and see us, and let's talk about buses, let's talk about trains, let's talk about freight with clean energy, and let's talk about how we're going to be prepared and resilient. We need to be resilient for a lot of different emergencies that are coming our ways, whether it's wildfires, whether it's earthquakes, or whether it's preparing for technology that's going to change transportation, has changed transportation. Did you know that in the state of Oregon, we had the first flying car take off and go to a municipal airport in Washington State? We have a lot to cover. It's exciting, it's cool, and we need to do it to make Oregon that big place with a big future.
Awesome. Thank you, Representative McClain. It's cool to talk about transportation. That was good. I like that. Good. Way to bring it all together. All right, Devin. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it.
All right, my name is Devin. I'm an intern within REAP. And I believe a great investment in supporting entrepreneurship within education systems and like promoting it in schools and promote creativity and innovation. And youth like myself have proven to be adaptive with different skills and learning how to use new technology and just think out the box and be like different thinkers and just learn new things. And then encouraging entrepreneurship within youth like me, it just helps like spark new innovators and promote innovators within the state of Oregon while also circulating dollars within the state of Oregon. So I feel like that would be like a good place to start encouraging school and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you.
So encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship. And have you like what exactly, like what have you been involved in that's made that happen so far?
Yeah, so I'm an entrepreneur within REAP, like I said, or I'm an intern within REAP, like I said, and there's an entrepreneurs program, a young entrepreneurs program. So I started my own barber business, and I want to like make my own space, like a barber shop, where people could come get their haircuts and like feel safe and like create a safe space, kind of like a community center, while also they could come get their haircuts. So that's what I'm doing right now within REAP. And I'm also a mentor, so I help other students start their own businesses. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Devin. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, you've heard from three, I'm going to put this up here. You've heard from three of our thinkers about how they're going to think big. Now we're going to challenge you to how you're going to think big. So on your table are your tents. Also up on the screen, we should see here in a second, a QR code. We're actually going to do some live voting here to see how you've done, and we've probably had some votes that have come in so far. So we've got 10 categories. Now you heard me talk about early childhood, and we've heard some talk about entrepreneurship. We've heard some talk about transportation and thinking that how cool transportation is. Everything kind of fits underneath one of these buckets. So if you don't have exactly the fit for one of these buckets, you'll thread the needle in to figure out what that looks like. We're really interested to hear what you have to say. You can see the dots moving a little bit here. We've got strengthen K through 12 education, performance, and accountability. My version of that is I would do that through childcare. Improve healthcare access, affordability, and quality. Create more accessible, affordable childcare. Update Oregon's land use system. Derek talked about that earlier today. Launch a renaissance in Oregon manufacturing, a renaissance. Overhaul Oregon's forest health and wildfire policies and investments. Restructure Oregon public transportation development and funding. The bars are moving. I love to see this. Create plans to address climate change and grow the economy. Prepare better for the Cascadia earthquake. Hot topic pre-COVID. Been interesting how that's gotten kind of quiet. Overhaul Oregon's tax structure. Your voting matters here as it will help us think about those priorities that I laid out earlier in the business plan as we looked at 22, 23, and into 24. Where do we take the next round of this work? Where would you like OBC to see us put our focus? K through 12 coming out of the gate strong. Oregon's tax structure, challenging, strong at number 2. Create more accessible and affordable child care. Launch a renaissance in Oregon manufacturing. We're moving. Create plans to address climate change and growth. Coming on strong. Coming on strong. Climate change, making a move. Right there with childcare. We've got 600 votes in so far. Let's see how high we can get. And I'll be quiet. Coming in great. Lot of close calls here. I'm going to let this go about another 30 seconds, and then we'll see where we're at. All right, let's go ahead. Now you can keep voting. We're at 717 so far. And I think that now the numbers will start to kind of work their way through. We're at 725 almost. Okay, so where did we vote? You can see the focus of the room. 53% of the vote came in strengthening K through 12 education performance and accountability. Right, educators are clapping. All right, good. Overhaul Oregon's tax structure, basically 41% of the vote. Number 3 is create plans to address climate change and grow the economy. That seems like a big bucket in itself. 30.3%, and a very close number 4 is create more accessible and affordable childcare at 29.2%. And then we have a cluster of about the same voting in healthcare access affordability, update Oregon's land use system, launch a renaissance in Oregon manufacturing, and then we go public transportation development and funding, forest health, and then Cascadia earthquake at the last of our list. Thank you for participating. That was fantastic, and hopefully it's good. I mean, I think this was a great exercise because it's always like, how's the room feel? Like, where's the temperature at? What's everybody thinking? And I think this really helps us gauge that. It will help OBC, it'll help Maria as she comes in to work with the team to help build the next round of strategy and where we're headed. Okay, last thing before we go to break. On your table, there is a sticker. Now, you can play the game or not. You can choose to do whatever you want to do. Whatever it was that you thought was 1 on your list, write it down on that sticker and put it on your name tag. And maybe just at some point here over the course of the day, you might find somebody else that has the same thing on their name tag, and maybe you can have a chat about it. But we tend to run in our own clusters, right? We want to talk to the people that we know. We want to talk to the people that we think like us, that talk like us. But maybe there's somebody from another part of the state that has something on their sticker that is like yours that you don't know. Let's go find other people to connect with and make this a statewide journey. Okay. For whatever time it says on your watch, we'll be back here at 10:30. We have breakout there. We'd like you to stay in the main ballroom. We'll come back hard at 10:30 and begin with the Central City Task Force and the work that they've been doing, and join the governor will join us on stage. Thanks everybody for a great morning. We'll see you in a little bit.
Money was all spent, but I felt felt so alive. I was chasing down a dream, like you always taught me to. But the evergreens of caffeine still remind me of you. Fast boys to town, be like fire on the Cascades when our feet touch the ground. I'm coming home to the place that I remember, back to the land of my first love. Would you spread wide your arms for this wayward son? I left my heart in Oregon. I left my heart in Oregon. 'Cause in my mind is a memory, tastes so good, it's bittersweet. Cheap champagne and the victory. I'm coming home to the place that I remember, back to the land of my first love. Would you spread wide your arms for this wayward son? I left my heart in Oregon.
Ho incontrato un angelo che non poteva più volare. Una notte a Napoli, e la stella si scaldava, e anche senza ali, il cielo mi portava.
The program is about to resume. Please make your way back to your seats. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome back to the stage, Joth Ricky.
Go, please.
All right, thank you to the one person that was clapping. I don't have my band with me. Okay, now there's 4. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have the band with me. They all had to go to work. So thank you for taking the time. Great area to connect in. Couple of announcements for those of you standing. We have opened up more seating. Yes, the Leadership Summit went to standing room only. So we have more seating up here, I believe, in the black chairs. If you'd like to sit down, you're welcome to do that. It's great to see such a great crowd here. Thank you for coming. All right, our next part of the day is focused on the Central City Task Force. A year ago, we asked leaders from around the state, where would you like to see focus? And most of it came back to the Portland metro area. And as Portland goes, the state goes. And I think leaders from around the state understood that. There's been an amazing amount of people stepping up over the last year as we've thoughtfully put this together, and some amazing collaborations have been happening, of which you're going to learn more about today. But speaking of stepping up, we're going to do something pretty fun today, another new for the Leadership Summit. We're going to have a live mural that's going to get drawn for the next 90 minutes from Darren Todd, right here. Give Darren a hand of applause, thank you. You will see Darren's murals actually around the city, as he has very creative mind that's been doing that not only here but also in Central Oregon. You'll see some of his mural work, but we're going to see him go to work here based on what he hears, and we'll visit back with Darren around noon to see how it's going. The second people I want to thank also of stepping up. So we have this small little ad agency in Portland. You might have heard of them, Wieden & Kennedy. They have put to work the work that they do globally for so many brands, businesses, cities, whatever else they work on around the world. They've put their energy into Portland, and they've created the Portland is What We Make It campaign, along with done a lot of work on some video work, some other videos that you'll see about the city. But speaking of stepping up, Wieden & Kennedy has been amazing if they stepped forward in the late summer to come help the work that's being done in the city. And stepping up has been a big focus for everybody. And the way that you get to do big things is people step up and they do things that are out of their comfort zone to make things happen. Speaking of stepping up, I'd now like to invite Dwayne Hankins, the president of the Portland the business operations for the Trailblazers, to come up on stage and join me. Dwayne stepped up when we were trying to figure out what venue we wanted to use, and he said, "Why don't you come to my house? And you'll enjoy what it's like." So Dwayne, come on out, and let's chat a little bit about the Moda Center.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Well, on behalf of the Trailblazers, I want to welcome all of you. It's an honor to host all of you for the first ever Oregon Business Summit here in the Moda Center. The theme for this year's summit, as you've heard often, is thinking big. And so perhaps it's fitting that we've gathered at Oregon's busiest sports and entertainment venue. Many of you know the Moda Center opened in '95 and is home to the city's beloved Trailblazers. But we also welcome big-name concerts and many other popular events all year round. And during a time when Portland has seen a drop in foot traffic, we are hosting more events than ever and attracting more than 1.5 million visitors annually, many of whom come from far and away to support tourism here in the city. Now, Moda Center, along with the visitors that we attract, generates $600 million in annual economic activity, which is the third largest regional impact of any organization. And as we think big about how to revitalize our city, we believe a renovated Moda Center will be a catalyst to grow even more foot traffic by expanding the sports and entertainment options that are on our campus. And it's why we recently announced our partnership with the Albina Vision Trust, a group dedicated to restoring Black community of Lower Albina displaced in the 1950s and 60s in the name of urban renewal. And they're thinking big as well. Together, we envision a thriving, activated, residentially diverse community of Lower Albina next to a renovated Moda Center and a reimagined Rose Quarter, complete with cafes, restaurants, bars, and community spaces. Thank you. A mixed-use Lower Albino would restore the fabric of the community by allowing families to come back to the district and thrive. And there's so much we can do, as you're hearing today, about the things we do and we think and work big together. And I'm just excited to have these conversations and looking forward to talking with each of you today. So welcome you again to the Moda Center for this year's summit. Thank you, John.
Now, Dwayne is a member of the Portland Central City Task Force. And that Central City Task Force has been an initiative launched by Governor Tina Kotek and Dan McMillan of the Standard in August of this year. Let's hear more from some of the people who made this extraordinary effort happen. And by the way, like I said earlier, this isn't just about Portland. It's a model for how the rest of the state can approach the same problems.
Welcome to Portland, the heart of the Pacific Northwest. It's a city that embodies creativity, community, civically involved businesses, and endless possibilities. I'm Dan McMillan, and I'm excited to share with you why Portland is what you make it.
Portland is so much more than just a city. Its unique culture and spirit are vital, not just to those who call the city home, but to our entire state. The fact is that Portland is an economic engine for all of Oregon. That's why I initiated the Portland Central City Task Force with my co-chair, Dan McMillan.
In the past few years, Portland has faced a myriad of challenges in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic and protests. Our city, like metro areas across the country, has changed dramatically in a short period of time, and it's time to take the wheel back. History will not define these years by our challenges, but how we overcome them together.
Leaders from all sectors of Portland life have come together to shape a new vision for Portland's Central City, with clear actions to address neighborhood livability, public safety, homelessness, and taxes. Let's hear from some of the many voices who are working to make change, each showing up to make Portland what it needs to be in their unique way.
Portland State University has Portland in its name, and we are very intertwined with the city. Our fate hangs on the fate of Portland. We are a pipeline and incubator of talent. We want our students to be able to interact with businesses, to find internships, and eventually to find placements there. And we want our businesses to benefit from the talents and the perspectives that our students bring.
Black Business Association of Oregon is an economic development organization that uses the best practices of economic development to help the Black community and Black businesses become more prosperous. Black people really want to be more contributive to the economy. They want to be more philanthropic to other organizations outside of our communities. We want to hire people. We want to be in a position where we can do more. And the partnerships that we've developed have been very fruitful. We've been very successful, and I'm very optimistic that we're going to set forth a model that other cities and states around the country will want to follow as to how you bring about prosperity, fairness, inclusion, and diversity.
Art and culture, and all of my colleagues in the cultural sector are at the table and need to be at the table because it is an important part of our identity as a state, in particular a city. Not only the visual arts, but the performing arts, the literary arts, musical, theater, all of these things coming together really are what I believe is going to rescue our city and move it forward in a positive, exciting way.
What's remarkable is the vast amount of work already underway in Portland. These voices exemplify the energy and commitment driving positive change in our city. Our task force aims to unite these diverse voices, align our efforts, and amplify their impact. Together, we're sculpting a better, stronger Portland, and we're acting with a sense of urgency.
We did not sign up for a long-term study. We signed up for action. Each of our task force committees has completed in just a few short months their action plans. Now it's time to charge ahead, and that's where you come in. Our elected officials, our business, civic, and nonprofit leaders, and every Oregonian has a role to play. This moment demands all of us stepping up and working together on real, concrete solutions.
We're really excited to bring Portland back because we believe in Portland. We believe Portland can do big things, and PSU wants to be part of that.
My dream for the city of Portland is to be the one city that everyone would take a look at to learn how we came together to bring about prosperity, for Black Oregonians and Black businesses.
Art and culture is really about the human experience, and there's no doubt about it. Connecting with other humans, connecting with people, creating empathy, creating joy, creating beauty, creating hope is all part of what I think art can and should do. So I think the Art Museum is the perfect platform to sort of bring that to this community at a time when we really need it.
Portland is what you make it. So join us and let's get out there.
And remember, you are a part of what makes Portland so special.
And now it is my great pleasure to introduce Governor Tina Kotek. Throughout her professional career, first as an advocate for those in need, and then as a state legislator and Speaker of the House, Governor Kotek has been a leader who puts people first and has the drive to get real results for Oregonians. Please welcome Governor Tina Kotek. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm your governor, Tina Kotek, in case you didn't get that note. What'd you think of the video? Thank you, Wyden and Kennedy. Wow, this is a big place. You know, it's absolutely overwhelming and exhilarating to see so many people here today. The collective optimism and hard work of this gathering feels amazing, and I'm really glad to be here, so thank you. There's one person who can't be here today, and that's Dan McMillan, CEO of The Standard, who you just heard from in the video. Dan has been my partner in marshaling the energy of community, business, and elected leaders towards solutions for Portland that you will hear a whole lot about today. He sends his regrets and wants you to know that the only thing he would miss this for is his daughter's college graduation. I think we'll give him a pass on that. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Dan and the entire team at The Standard who have been with us every step of the way. Thank you to the folks at The Standard. So let's talk about Portland, and let's talk about progress, because I think we're having a moment. Times of crisis can lead to a desire for drastic change, to tear down and rebuild again, and to overlook the progress that we've made in favor of something different. But when I look at this city, when I look at the leaders before me, what I see is potential. I see momentum, a fortitude to act. We have come this far, and we're beginning to see what's on the other side of our challenges. And that is precisely the moment when you keep going and push even harder. That is the moment we are in. I know that many Oregonians have been frustrated over the last few years, whether you live here in Portland or somewhere else in the state. I've been frustrated too. Sometimes turning on the TV, looking up at billboards around the city, or checking out news stories feels like reading an obituary of Portland, written by people who never truly knew it at its best, defining it by its worst. The truth is, Portland was never Portlandia, particularly for people living on the margins. Lack of affordable housing, poverty, racism, violence, and substance abuse have been issues in the city for decades, like most American cities. However, these issues have become more prevalent during and after the pandemic. The human suffering has been at a scale that we cannot afford to normalize or downplay. Whether you are sleeping on the street, struggling with an addiction, a nonprofit who is short-staffed, or a business owner whose employees don't feel safe coming into work. It's been a tough few years, and we all deserve so much better. So now let's talk a little broader about all of Oregon. At last year's Business Summit, I made a promise to visit all 36 counties in my first year in office and called it the One Oregon Listening Tour. I knew early on that my approach to this job was to lead by listening to people. Just last week, we visited our 35th county of the year, and we'll reach our 36th county before the year's end. Without fail, when we talk about the tour, people ask me, what has surprised you most about visiting all of Oregon? Well, I have lots of stories from the road, many memorable conversations. One thing that popped up time and time again was the shared desire for Portland to be successful. In every part of the state, I heard consistently a clear understanding that the city is Oregon's economic engine. People around the state believe in Portland, and they have high hopes for this city. My conversations with the Oregonians have reminded me that if we allow ourselves to be defined by our hardships, then we lose sight of who we are and what we can become. Many of Portland's challenges are not unique. What sets us apart is how we are working to solve them, right now, together. The solutions are not on the shoulders of the community or government or business alone. It's on all of us to solve things together. That is what we set out to prove less than 4 months ago, in partnership with Dan McMillan and the members of the Portland Central City Task Force. And today, our homework is due to you and to everyone who cares about this city. So unlike you, I raise an eyebrow at the idea of another task force being part of any real solution. But in August, when Dan and I convened a group charged with helping Portland and its comeback, we took a bet that if you put people in a room from different disciplines and life experiences to solve a shared problem, you can leave with concrete solutions. And I believe we've won that bet. We came up with 10 concrete action items focused on the next 6 months that, if you've been following your feed, were released publicly for the very first time at 10 a.m. this morning. And along with a long-term vision for Portland's success and new partnerships to help make that change happen. I want to thank the incredible group of individuals on the task force, more than 50 people who came together. And there were 120 people who participated in the committees, and there were thousands of people who contributed their thoughts online, and we had more than 20 listening sessions. To the task force members who are here, who are listening as well, you showed up with 2 weeks' notice and committed to 4 months of intensive work. Thank you. In true Portland style, we did not agree on everything. We could probably spend another 4 months getting every word right. And there was fierce debate. And that's the beauty of Portland. It's a city worth fighting for and getting right. You'll get to hear a few words from the task force leaders today, some of them who will be on stage. They're going to share a vision for Portland's next chapter. Everyone on the task force had to adhere to one core principle. Don't dwell on the past, apply its lessons to the future. And that is what today is all about. Now, I would ask for a warm welcome to 2 leaders who played a pivotal role in the task force and who are critical to the success of many of these recommendations. Multnomah County Chair Jessica Vega Peterson and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler.
Thank you so much, Governor Kotek. I appreciate the chance to share the stage with you this morning, along with Mayor Wheeler. And I am grateful to this incredible audience, to all of you for being here and for caring so much about our city, our county, and our state. We know that the biggest concerns of people living in Multnomah County and those spending time in our central city are homelessness, lack of affordable housing, addiction, and supporting those people living in crisis on our streets. Some of you may see today as a milestone, having the mayor, the governor, and I all on the same stage talking about our city. But for me, this is really about the culmination of a year of the three of us working together to address these urgent issues with partnership and coordination. The Central City Task Force gave us a critical opportunity to bring more people into that work and collaborate across local, state, and private sectors to develop tangible goals that can keep us all accountable and focused. That has also been the most important work of the county from the moment I stepped into this office in January. My priorities from that first moment have been moving people off the street into safer, more stable places now. That is why just this fall, we added funding to open or sustain 475 shelter beds across Multnomah County this year. This includes places for families, people in recovery, people who have been on the street far too long. And these investments partner with the state and the city of Portland to leverage resources to take urgent action now. This also includes making the shelters we have more effective by adding case management, peer supports, and housing placement rental assistance. It also means expanding day services across Multnomah County, so people who have nowhere to go during the day except sidewalks, parks, and streets get services and connected to care. My second priority is keeping people housed so they don't become homeless in the first place. The data is clear. We know that prevention is cheaper and smarter than trying to get somebody back into housing, which is why we funded $10 million in homelessness prevention and eviction legal defense to increase the services people need when they are on the brink of losing the safety and stability of their homes. And we've also made sure to focus on vulnerable populations with investments in culturally specific services for and by these communities. My third priority is expecting and pushing for more affordable housing. We truly need affordable units now, and we need units in development, which is why we recently partnered with Commissioner Carmen Rubio to triple the Portland Housing Bureau's most recent funding opportunity and directed $18 million to the development of 400 affordable housing units. Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. I also want to stress that all these more recent investments build on the core services we made possible in the budget that we passed in June, including 2,500 beds to keep people safe on and off the street, $61 million in rental assistance and housing case management, and a continued focus on equity, which is a key component of the goals of the Supportive Housing Services measure. I will say that one of the most powerful outcomes from the task force, outside of the recommendations that I'm here to share with you, is the opportunity to strengthen relationships, eliminate silos, and define a unified vision to address our homelessness and housing crises. Because we cannot do this work, and we will not be successful in this work, unless we're working in lockstep with the state, with the city, and with the many governmental, nonprofit, and private sector partners whose work intersects and informs our response. The better and more successful our partnerships, the better position we'll be to implement and maximize the work that is already underway and the plans that we're putting in motion now. I do want to be clear that the recommendations we're sharing this morning are very provisional and should be viewed in that light. While I appreciate the process that we're going to get to today, nobody, not even of those of us who were very close to the process, had eyes on the entire set of recommendations until a few days ago, which is why we'll be looking carefully at them and continuing to be in dialogue, especially with those communities most impacted by these recommendations, to consider what and how we implement from here. As the chair of the Task Force Homelessness Committee, we put in hours of work to make sure what we put forward is measurable, achievable, and will make the biggest impact in this crisis. I appreciate the power of diverse voices and experiences at the table, and we went through healthy conflict and extensive dialogue to resolve critical issues. I'm pleased to share the housing and homelessness recommendations with you today. First, increase safe and accessible options for unsheltered people. There are hundreds of unsheltered people in the Central City who lack safe places to go during the day, and we must fix that urgently and strategically. The second, expand Central City's homelessness shelter capacity. In this area, our top priorities are both increasing the number of shelter beds we have and the flow of people through our shelters and into housing. The 3,000 shelter beds we're investing are much more valuable if the time that the people spend in them is short. And that's why we have made new investments that our partners have long asked for in wages for workers doing this work and in the support services that people need to get on their feet and back into housing. Our third recommendation is to address, especially at the state level, the lack of capacity in our behavioral health system. The system, yes. So I recently went to Portugal, and what I saw there was a system that truly was person-centered. Sanctions aren't imposed on addicted users who undergo treatment, and there's work across the systems to reduce drug use, prevent addictive behaviors, and decrease dependencies. That is why the system that we need in Oregon is about more recovery, with the state taking the lead in funding and opening spaces. Top priorities that came from our committee include residential treatment capacity, supersiting of residential and secure residential facilities, and more adequate resources for treatment linked to recriminalization of possession. Ideally, the amendments to Measure 110 will focus funds on creating more treatment, stabilization, and detox opportunities. We have recommendations that are all about increasing coordination and long-term stewardship of our multi-jurisdictional approach to solving this problem. And that leads me to an announcement that I'm pleased to share today. Last week, the mayor and I rolled out our plan to extend and enhance our intergovernmental efforts on housing and homelessness. Intergovernmental agreement is set to expire in 6 months, and we've been working intensely to develop a new comprehensive approach. This framework dramatically expands our coordination of our homelessness response system across our respective departments and bureaus, including our healthcare partners, and gets us aligned in dealing with the crisis people are experiencing on our streets. At the heart of these new agreements is the establishment of a homelessness response system that includes joint goal-making, strategic formation, and oversight of the larger system of care. There are 3 keys to effectively creating and implementing this response system. First, key performance metrics to assess the work of the Joint Office of Homeless Services. This includes identifying a baseline number of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness in January of 2024. We are setting bold new goals of attainable outcomes that we are going to be able to measure. A 50% reduction of those living unsheltered by December 31st, 2025. We are committed to reductions in racial disparities in our homeless population, coordination to increase the exits from shelter into housing by 50%, and a system to ensure that 75% of people housed in permanent supportive housing are still there in 24 months. And thirdly, we are setting up a truly coordinated approach that makes homelessness the priority across a system of jurisdictions, providers, and programs. Because the impacts of homelessness are felt across many areas of our work, from unsanctioned encampments to our first responders to the healthcare and justice systems, we need coordination across all of these systems. And this approach is going to do that for the very first time. It will make a difference in our central city, where the problems are acute, but also throughout all of Multnomah County. I do want to finish today by saying one thing. A thriving central city seems to consist of 3 things. First, office workers, and it is my hope that our business sector will step up the efforts to bring more workers back into our downtown core. Second, we need local residents in our downtown, which is why state funding for the development of affordable housing remains on my list of priorities to help our downtown. And lastly, we need visitors, which is where this county is stepping up to help. Last Friday, I announced with my colleague, Commissioner Lori Stegman, that the county will voluntarily redirect $12 million in tax revenues paid by visitors to support investments in cultural events, art venues, and the promotion of this great city that we all deeply love. Because we all know that it is time to love Portland again. There are many of us who never stopped loving Portland, but we want everybody to feel that love. And we have to be sharing that story throughout our downtown core. So I am glad that we are going to be hearing from more people on the task force committees later, but right now I'm very pleased to turn the podium over to Mayor Ted Wheeler. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by thanking you all for being here. I want to acknowledge a couple of groups that are here. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you who showed up this morning. That's a sign of love for our state, for our community, and I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here and be part of the process of our ultimate recovery. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues on the Portland City Council who I see here. I see Commissioner Dan Ryan here. I believe Renee Gonzalez and Carmen Rubio and Mingus Maps are here with us this morning. I want you to know, as a council, we don't always agree, but this is the best city council I've ever worked with, and we are committed collectively to the recovery of this city. And I also want to acknowledge mayors that I see in this audience. I look around and I see a lot of my fellow mayors. I want you to know that we collaborate across this state. Republicans, Democrats, big city mayors, small town mayors, urban, rural. We are all on the same page with regard to the recovery of this state. I want to thank my colleagues from around the state for being here today. And last but not least, this is an add-on. I want to thank these young people for being here in the very front. Thank you for being here. I think it's really important that we have the next generation here because frankly, we're talking about them and we're talking about the community that they are going to inherit. And it is mightily on my mind that we give them a clean, safe, workable, vibrant community. And so I really appreciate you young people hanging with us this morning. Governor, I want to thank you for bringing this task force together and the Oregon Business Council for bringing us all into alignment. Look, we all want the same thing. We want this city and this state to recover, and the only way we can do it successfully is through collaboration. We have to work together because we don't individually hold the keys to success. We all have part of the solution. And so, Governor, you're right. We have to come together and make this work. I want you to know that I appreciate the work of the task force and its many committees. And I enthusiastically agree that the issues facing our city and our state require us to come together. There's a role for all of us, the federal government, the state government, the local government, and importantly, private sector leadership. So thank you for providing us all with this forum here today. I also don't want to get lost in the details. The fact that the city of Portland is taking many concrete actions to provide leadership. We've taken action after action after action to address public safety, homelessness, livability, and economic recovery issues. All of these recommendations that are being made by the task force today are consistent with our Central City Recovery Plan. It is our playbook, and I'm pleased to see that these recommendations leverage the work that we're already doing. I encourage people to visit my website to see what that Central City Recovery Plan includes, and you will be very happy to see that we are in complete alignment. Let's talk about homelessness. I've made it clear that my goal as the mayor of the city of Portland is to make it so that it is not necessary for anyone to sleep in an unsanctioned camp anywhere in the city of Portland. As we achieve that goal, we also have to ensure that we're providing humane alternatives for people, including behavioral health, substance use disorder treatment, public health services, job training, whatever it takes to get people off the streets and help keep them off the streets. That's what we're going to do. Over the last 6 months, the city has created over 500 new shelter beds through our new temporary alternative shelter sites and through our existing Safe Rest Village program. I want you to know that these aren't just campsites. For the first time, as people come into these situations, they are being connected with a navigator. They are being directed to behavioral health, substance use disorder treatment, or other types of services that people need individually, tailored individually, to help them get off the street. We now have 184 people in our first task site. It is filled to capacity, and just in the last few months, dozens of people have gone through the programming, through the case management, and have been navigated to housing. This model works. And I'm pleased that the task force recommendations suggest continued support for the expansion of this model. And I want to thank the county, Chair Vega Peterson, on behalf of the county and all of the county commissioners for investing $24 million in our first temporary alternative shelter site. I also would like to acknowledge what the chair said about the new intergovernmental agreement with the Joint Office of Homeless Services. This is a huge step forward for both of our governments. And I want to thank the governor for $6 million through the first round of Oregon All-In funding that supported the city's temporary alternative shelter site. I want to thank you for that. We need continued support. With regard to public safety, I want you to know that this is a top priority for my administration. We are hiring new police officers in the city of Portland, and we are being very successful. We have hired 261 new personnel over the course of the last year. We have relaunched foot patrols in downtown Portland. We have developed a new partnership in alignment with the governor and the Oregon State Police, where state patrol officers and Portland police officers work hand in glove on a downtown bicycle patrol, and it's already been very effective. My colleagues on the Portland City Council and I passed $6.4 million in funding for private security in the downtown core. And we continue to work with private sector partners on a myriad of different programs, including the Downtown Clean and Safe initiative. And we will double down. And with the efforts that have been put in by this task force, we will be able to leverage the work we're already doing and make it even better. And I thank all of you who served on the task force. I also want you to know that there is positive news. We tend to dwell on the negative. We tend to hear about the negative, and frankly, a lot of the reporting tends to be negative. But we are already seeing the recovery. We're seeing the turnaround. Gun-related homicides are down 27% year over year as the end of October, down 5% over the last 3 years. And I want to thank those members of the Portland Police Bureau who serve on the Enhanced Community Safety Team and the Focused Intervention Team programs we established in 2021 to intervene and prevent and investigate gun violence. They are having a marked, measurable impact, and it's something we should all be proud of. As the governor said, new deadly drugs like fentanyl and P2P meth are far more potent than their predecessors, and they are wreaking havoc on our streets. And it's important that one of the proposals of this task force is to support a statewide public use ban to help our public safety partners address the drug problem on our streets. I support it. The task force supports it. The governor supports it. So let's get it done. Livability is important too. Improving livability continues to be a top priority for my administration. Litter and graffiti and whatnot. Over the last year, we cleaned up over 300,000 square feet of graffiti through our new Portland Office of Environmental Management, sometimes called PEMO. PEMO has added lighting and other infrastructural improvements that help improve public safety in our streets and frankly make our streets appealing to the public. Their work has lit 75 blocks, expanding to 1,000 trees in 6 downtown parks, much of which, not all of it, but much of it is focused on the central city. And of course, we need to keep cleaning our city. And I am very happy with the task force recommendation to add $20 million to the pot to help ODOT clean up the state highways that run through our city. This is an urgent need. I'm very happy that the task force agreed this is an urgent need. I'm pleased that Governor Kotek is willing to champion this and push this through the legislature, and you will have my undying support for all of that. I've also asked that all levels of the public sector to refrain from adding any additional taxes or fees, and I support the recommended moratorium that is offered here as part of this report. I want you to know that the city understands the economic imperatives for business. We stepped up and we provided a first of its kind business incentive tax credit to businesses who either sign leases or recommit to leases in the central city. We're also creating 2 new tax increment financing districts to help spur investment in the central city. And one of those districts is squarely in the central city. And we're always welcoming suggestions for improvement. We welcome any recommendations that you have, and I encourage innovative solutions and partnerships from the business community. I'll finish by saying this. Since I have you all here and you're a captive audience, there are things that the business community can do that are not reflected in the task force recommendations. First and foremost, you can return to work. Thank you. At the City of Portland, half of our employees worked throughout the pandemic. They turn dials, they fix infrastructure, maintain our roads, they're public safety first responders. Half of them worked throughout the pandemic and still do. The other half, we worked with their labor leaders to negotiate a deal whereby they come in 20 hours per week. What we have learned is that it improves collaboration, it improves communication, and it improves productivity. It is good for business for people to be able to work together in teams across different service areas. But it also has the ancillary benefit of activating our downtown core. It helps commercial and retail enterprises. It helps restaurants. It helps to improve the situation on our streets. So I am encouraging all of you to join the City of Portland in bringing your employees back. You don't even have to be heavy-handed about it. It doesn't have to be a mandate. It can be incentives. It can be offering opportunities for advanced learning. It can be bringing people together for social occasions. But encourage your employees to come back to work. And I want to second what the governor said earlier in her remarks. Look, if we're trying to market our city, if we're trying to lead the comeback, if we're trying to create a narrative that is positive, that turns the tide on the reputational damage this city has suffered over the last several years, then why on earth would anybody in this room fund a program that puts building-sized billboards throughout our downtown that says homelessness, increased crime, drugs are a scourge in our city? Nothing tells me we've lost more than when a group of out-of-town convention advocates stands in front of one of those billboards and takes a selfie. How is that helpful? It's not. So let's take our dollars and let's invest in positive messaging, or at least, can we please invest in accurate messaging? As I said, crime across the board, not in all areas, but in most, is down. And finally, please support this task force's efforts around a statewide ban on the public use of drugs, so that cities can reclaim our streets and our sidewalks and our public spaces. I appreciate, Governor, everything you have done to bring us together. There's a lot of momentum. I look forward to continuing to work with you to fill out the details. And I want you to know that on behalf of all of us at the City of Portland, we stand ready to lean in. We stand ready to work with you. We stand ready to champion any cause that you believe will help us recover our community, because that's where we are headed. We are not delving in the past, we are heading to the future, and your report recognizes that. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
If you take away one thing from today about the work that the county and the city and the state are doing together, it is alignment, it is amplification, and it is energy. And we are all in this together. So thank you. Another round of applause for our mayor and our chair for their great work. Okay, now we have some opportunity to hear from some of our chairs of our committees from the task force, and I'm excited to bring on stage Senator Kate Lieber and Rob Stewart, CEO of On Point Community Credit Union, to the stage. The senator and Rob co-chaired the Community Safety Committee. Welcome. Good to have you. You're coming somewhere here. We're going to discuss the 5 key recommendations that emerged from the Community Safety Committee, which, not surprisingly, was the largest committee of the task force. We came up with some big ideas, including a tri-government fentanyl emergency. 3 governments working together to say we have to be stronger and more coordinated on the fentanyl crisis in our streets. One of the recommendations is a request to the legislature to ban public use of controlled substances, as well as reduce barriers to prosecuting drug delivery. Another recommendation is ramping up the existing infrastructure to connect people with effective treatment. We have to maximize what we're doing. Another recommendation talks about focusing peer and outreach services that are already here, focusing them in the central city. And lastly, but across the board important, is elevating the law enforcement response, which we have been building in the central city. It's already underway, and we need to take all of those things into 2024. And with that, please welcome to the stage Senator Lieber and Rob Stewart. Well, hello there.
Hey.
Hello. Good to see you. Breaking up the mode here a little bit.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
What do you think? Not bad being down on the floor,
Not
yeah?
bad. No, you're probably glad to sit down.
Yeah, well,
right?
you know. It's just fun to be, look at, I love the ticker.
It's awesome.
I've just been watching it all morning. It's fantastic. Well, we're glad you're here. The theme of the community safety group was really honing in on that collaboration that we need. Community safety was a topic that kind of was embedded in all the conversations of the task force. We have 2 wonderful co-chairs, and Senator Lieber and Rob Stewart. So I'm going to start off with Senator Lieber. Tell us a little bit about the process, how you came to these decisions.
Sure. You know, you gave us a charge. You know, you told us that you wanted to make sure that we did something bold, something visible, something immediate. We knew we had to take care of making sure we could connect people to treatment, making sure that we had the correct tools for our law enforcement, and really making sure that Portland is safe and that all Oregonians can utilize the central city and feel safe. And that was really of utmost importance. So the process, thank you for giving us the largest task force.
Anytime.
So that was fun. But we brought together community leaders, business leaders, both big and small business, elected leaders at all levels, right? Federal, state, county, city. We had law enforcement leaders, we had treatment providers, and we had honest conversations and robust conversations about the problems that Portland is facing. And we all could agree that what is happening on the streets of Portland was unacceptable.
Correct.
We really dug into some of those problems, and I think one of the biggest things we really discovered was just the complexity, right? We have complex systems. We have the criminal justice system, the behavioral health system, and those complexities need coordination. We wanted to make sure that we had tools for police officers to make sure that they could do the jobs that they need to do. And we wanted to make sure that we had alternative responses as well, because our police cannot solve this alone. And we know that we've got to make sure that we build up our public health response to this very, very real crisis.
Well, I just want to say thank you for, I hope you're all still my friends after giving you the most complex committee. You know, one of the things, building on that sense of the intricacies and complexities of the system, is one of the major recommendations, which is the state, the city, and the county, each government needs to declare a state of emergency around the fentanyl crisis. So we're going to do that. And set up at least a 90-day structure of enhanced coordination. And some people are like, well, what does that mean? When government declares an emergency, it provides flexibility around existing resources, around existing staff. We're going to literally have a place for folks who are working on these issues right now to get in better alignment so we can maximize what we are doing. And so we're all in on that. And you'll be seeing more details of that in the next month to get that set up so we can be prepared as things change potentially from legislative action. So, Rob, I just want to thank you and your leadership at On Point for being so committed to the Central City.
Thank you for the opportunity, Governor. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome. I'm sure you were like, how did I get to be co-chair of this committee? But, you know, so tell me about what it's been like for you, and let's talk a little bit about those issues around public use that is a focus.
You bet. It is, first of all, it's been an honor and a pleasure to have the opportunity to serve. And having the opportunity to work with such a diverse group of individuals, business leaders, lawmakers, has been both rewarding and it's been incredibly challenging. And I want you to know that we took your leadership to heart, the direction that you provided when you said, quit thinking about the past and start thinking about the future, and in coming together. And understanding that everybody walked into that room with their own set of ideas and their own plan. But what ended up happening as we continued to meet and as we continued to work together is you could start to feel the collaboration and the work together, understanding this isn't just a government issue, this isn't just a business issue. We have to work together. The one thing that we did agree upon immediately and rapidly was public drug use. And that is something that obviously we'll be talking about.
Yep. And also the challenges of prosecution, which apparently
absolutely,
it's not only the public, but that, and I know we have a legislative leader here, but legislature is going to take this on, right? That's the plan.
The legislature is absolutely going to take it on, and it is the opportunity that we have in this particular situation is that for the community, for workers, for visitors to our city to have the confidence to come and be a part of downtown, public drug use has to stop.
Right.
And the prosecution of how that happens needs to ramp up. And so we want everybody to understand that we appreciate the fact that this is not an easy topic to discuss. And my counterpart, the senator, is going to have the opportunity to take this on in the session coming up. And so I'd like to turn it over to her to talk a little bit more in depth.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, you know, we've got to stop visible drug use in Portland, period, hard stop. It's unacceptable. And the legislature is acting, right? We've got a joint committee on drug crisis and community safety response. It's a fairly unusual step. We're meeting outside of the legislative process. We've already had hours and hours of testimony. And we are going to be looking at this issue along with many other complex issues in this space, as well as making sure that we give prosecutors, you know, they need to have the tools they need to have to make sure that we can go after drug dealers, because we've got to stop the supply as well. So we will be acting in February.
Yes, thank you. Well, and again, alignment, right? Everybody rowing in the same direction, including our colleagues at the state legislature. So thank you. And in anticipation of change, one of the recommendations that came from your committee was ramping up, being prepared. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, you know, look, this cannot all be on the backs of law enforcement. We must ramp up both peer services, right? We've got to make sure that there are more peers that are out in the community, helping law enforcement, partnering with law enforcement, making sure, there you go, I like a good clap in a room, all right. Making sure that we we can let law enforcement do what they really need to do, and making sure that the public health side of this crisis is addressed appropriately. So we got to ramp up the infrastructure. We've got to make sure that we've got the people in the right spots. And as we continue to collaborate, I think that that collaboration between public safety and public health is going to be the key to getting us out of this crisis.
Agreed. Agreed. And one of the other things that you spent a lot of time on the committee was really looking at existing resources and how we could, you know, of what we have on the ground right now, can we spend more time in the central city? Because it takes a while to hire up new people and things like that. So talk about that piece of focusing on the central city.
Yeah, you know, I think that if you can, I think small to think big, right? And make sure that we can prove a model. I think a model of making sure that you've got peers out that are partnering with law enforcement, making sure law enforcement is able to enforce the law, making sure that there are appropriate places to take people. We need a 24/7 sobering center that I know Multnomah County is ramping up. We've got to have alternatives for those on the street, and I think we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make sure that these two systems were talking to each other and working together. And in the short term, before we can ramp up and really hire, we want to concentrate in a smaller area to really prove the concept of what we're trying to do here.
Yep, because the goal is to make progress. And law enforcement is a key part of community safety. It's not the only part, but it is a part. So Rob, tell us a little bit more about, there was a lot of conversations about the citywide challenges and what we can do in the central city. So where did we land?
Let me start off by thanking you for putting the state police in downtown Portland to make a difference during an important time. That was something that needed your leadership, and we appreciate that very much. And that presence is incredibly important, and happy to report that it's continued to be expanded and grow throughout into 2024. It is a proven fact that police presence increases employment confidence, tourism confidence. It adds a complete layer of confidence to the overall city, and it allows more people to come down and be a part of the central city to enjoy restaurants, to shop, and to do those things that we believe that is incredibly important. This was a tremendous amount of conversation went around the entire policing conversation on this particular task force. It was wonderful to have an opportunity to work with both chiefs of police of the Portland Public Police Department, as well as city, county, sheriffs, state, having an opportunity for us all get together and to collaborate. And I'll be very candid with the group. In the beginning, there was a lot of posturing that took place. There was a lot of, you know, it's my budget, this and that. What ended up happening is you could actually see the collaboration coming together for a better overall policing of the city. One of the things that was heard loud and clear is that police cannot do it all. We have to have all of those additional services that are needed to make sure that police can focus on crime, and that all the other agencies are there supporting the police department so that we can work in harmony for a good point moving forward. Those discussions were incredibly passionate. There was lots of opinions, but we all agree in the governor's direction that we're going to start now and look forward instead of worried about working backwards. And continued focus on areas that have worked so incredibly well. Portland Clean and Safe is a perfect example of a group that is working really, really well, and the continued expansion of that will be great. So, continue to see increased police presence into 2024 in the downtown core area. Continued opportunity to work with the state of Oregon in educating new and upcoming police officers, as we know that, as the mayor stated earlier, the ramp up of the existing police force so that people are getting trained properly. And an overall police presence so that we can take a stand now and start having things move in a positive direction moving forward. Yeah.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Governor, really thank my partner in crime here, Rob Stewart, who we had a great working relationship. I really appreciated it. And I am so hopeful. I really am. I mean, we're seeing the city in a new light with collaboration. Yes. I think with the business collaborating with government, that's collaborating with both state and federal and county and city. And we, you know, I think we even saw it today here on this stage.
Absolutely, it is. It is. If you can't feel it, especially when you're hearing the, you know, the mayor and the county and everybody coming together, you're starting to feel that positive momentum and that positive direction moving forward. Governor, thank you for taking action and putting us together. We're excited to work together.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Senator Lieber, for your work.
Appreciate it. Really great. Thank you so much.
All right. I do worry that people are going to stop taking my phone calls when I ask them to do that much work, but they were amazing. So let's move on to our next committee. So let's talk about our livability committee. And how a city looks, whether you live here or you're visiting, is really important. And we have high expectations for this city. And so there was a livability committee that brought in all kinds of individuals who had great ideas trying to, like, how do we focus what we're doing here to make sure our city is clean? And that we have less graffiti, and that it's the city we want it to look like. And the top ideas coming out of the Livability Committee, and by the way, go online. There's a lot of different things. We're only highlighting the top recommendations for the early part of 2024. But as the mayor mentioned, there was a strong interest in making sure the state steps up to take care of ODOT properties. So I'll be asking for $20 million in state funding in the 2024 session to make sure that as a property owner in the city, the state is doing its part. There was also a lot of conversation about coordinating, collaborating with our existing nonprofit partners for trash and graffiti removal and prevention. So there'll be more work going on there, and we'll need some volunteers. You'll be hearing that from our next speaker. And Prosper Portland is bringing in $500,000 to work on public art and the approach to our public spaces that will help reduce graffiti in our city. So the other thing that is part of how our city feels and looks is we are recommending bringing down the 2020 era fences and plywood in the central city. So it's all about how it looks, because that's important. Now, let's hear from Vanessa Sturgeon, President and CEO of TMT Development and head of the Livable Neighborhoods Committee. And right after her, we'll be hearing a little special message from Tim Boyle, President and CEO of Columbia Sportswear. Please welcome Vanessa Sturgeon to the stage.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Governor Kotek, for the introduction. The Livable Neighborhoods Committee's charge was to outline key steps to restore Portland as one of the cleanest cities in the United States, with recommendations to mobilize state, metro, and local resources to the task. Our committee's work was focused on issues that are invisible to the city until they're problems. Trash, waste, and graffiti have become visible problems across the city and impact the viability of business, as well as the feeling of residents and visitors about Portland. Many people visiting Portland, no matter their destination in the state, travel through Portland International Airport and quickly see garbage and graffiti lining our highways as they make their way to their destination. Residents, employees, and visitors consistently point out garbage and graffiti as impediments to frequenting our central city. Our community was focused on actionable solutions with visible impact to signal that our community is committed to cleanliness. A competent cleanup strategy first starts with measurement. We can all see the problem now, but we need better analytic tools to track improvements as the work begins. The City of Seattle's Find It, Fix It app is a good example and something that we would like to model. The beauty of this app is that there is feedback on the follow-through as it happens, and problems are reported by citizens, and when the problem is fixed, the reporter is notified and gets a photo of the remediated issue. And our committee didn't wait for this summit to act. Thanks to the governor's focus, we now have streamlined processes by which volunteer organizations can access ODOT properties for cleanup. And the governor will request $20 million from the legislature for state-funded work on our highways. At one of our meetings, the committee expressed concern about Union Pacific Railroad's properties. So in October, the governor called up Union Pacific CEO and partnered to prevent trash and graffiti on their rights of way. Governor Kotek, thank you for your leadership. Assuming a legislative win on those ODOT cleanup funds, the public sector has ramped up its focus on weighty issues. But the gravity and scale of the problem is so big that we all need to be part of the solution. It requires public-private partnership. Portland is blessed with nonprofits and thousands of committed volunteers. Solve, Adopt One Block, and Trash for Peace, to name a few. A key to our committee's strategy is systemically unleashing those volunteers across the Central City during the next 3 years. Most of the labor comes to us without charge, but volunteer efforts require supplies, management, and some resources for recognition. The committee was on the lookout for passionate civic leaders who would be willing to raise awareness and champion these efforts. Someone who loves Portland deeply and is eager to clean it up. We didn't have to look far, did we? It's my pleasure to introduce Portland's garbage champion, Tim Boyle.
Garbage champion. How's that? Well, I'm going to apologize in advance that I have a little bit of a cold, so they allowed me to use this remote microphone. But I'm just thrilled to be here today, but I have to start with a confession. I have developed an unhealthy obsession with trash on the roadways around Portland. I've been so obsessed with getting it cleaned that my family and friends look at me like I'm insane. You sound crazy, like you're Elon Musk, they sometimes say. By the way, that was not they, that was my wife. I'm an admitted trash-talking CEO, but a different kind. It's a fixation that began 4 or 5 years ago when I couldn't help but notice an increasing number of Columbia customers who were visiting Oregon from around the country and around the world, and an increasing number of potential employees we were trying to lure here were all telling me the same thing. What they all said was something like this: "Hey Boyle, you've been bragging that Portland is one of the cleanest and greenest cities in the United States, when actually there's trash and graffiti on every freeway and highway. This place is a dump." My trash mania soon spiraled out of control. I talked about it incessantly. My wife's first reaction was, when are you going to stop talking about freeway garbage and start taking out our garbage? Once I did that, her second reaction was to stop talking and start doing. So I went to a variety of elected officials, and I urged them to do something, anything, to clean up our roads. This will sound familiar. The city said it was Metro's problem. Metro said it was the county. The county said the state was to blame. They all claimed they lacked the financial resources to clean things up. Frankly, that pissed me off. I asked if concerned citizens like me could provide the financial resources to the Department of Transportation to do the job. The bad news was it took about a year for the state of Oregon to answer my question. The good news, when they finally responded, the answer was yes. So I made a substantial donation to ODOT. 1 year later, ODOT, wait a minute. 1 year later, ODOT called back. They'd changed their mind. They returned my money. In short, not only were they unable to pick up the trash, they were unable to pick up the cash. Regardless of the route or the method of transportation that brought you here today, you saw plenty of evidence that the problem has only gotten worse. When Governor Kotek took office this past January, I heard her report that she shared my trashy fixation. She famously said, and you'll remember this, "You don't need to take a hard right turn to pick up the damn trash." We met, and she assured me that cleaning up our roads was a priority for her administration. That priority is evidenced by the fact that the Livability Committee of the Central City Task Force is advancing an action plan to restore Portland's reputation as one of the cleanest cities in the United States. This effort includes additional state funding for litter and graffiti cleanup in Portland, and includes a willingness to accept donations from business and individuals who share my trash affliction. No doubt trash and graffiti are complicated issues. Sometimes the solution to a complex problem is to go back to the basics. We find these truths to be self-evident. I can't take credit for this statement of the obvious, which I hope you will see displayed all over our city. It was the good folks at Wieden+Kennedy who agreed to augment their Portland is what we make it campaign with this simple message. This sign will also tell Portlanders where they can go to help. Work is to begin soon. The first section of Portland Freeway to be cleaned up under the plan is 405 from Nikolai to Nadeau Parkway and west to the east entrance of Highway 26 Tunnel, a section of the highway that sees over 100,000 trips daily. That's 100,000 chances to improve the impression of Portland and to prove to Portlanders that something is happening. More miles will be added to the cleanup effort as resources come in. I'm pleased to personally make the first contribution to this effort, and Columbia Sportswear is all in. I've also spoken to John Donahoe at Nike, and he told me Nike's all in. So warning, I'll be calling stakeholders in the Portland area, including the business community, labor unions, media outlets, and nonprofits, to ask for them to join us. Please take my call. Last weekend, I had the privilege of attending the Kennedy Center Honors in Washington, D.C., and I can't help but conclude by paraphrasing what were perhaps President Kennedy's most iconic words. Ask not what Portland can do for you, ask what you can do for Portland.
So please take his calls. Thank you, Tim. That was amazing. This is our city, folks. Let's take it back. Let's make it look the way we want it to look. So on to another committee. We're going to talk about the Tax and Services Committee, and we will be hearing from the chair of that committee, Charles Wilhoit, Managing Director of Willamette Management Associates. I want to thank him for chairing that committee, probably one of the more complex ones to take on as well. The committee is recommending a moratorium on new taxes and suggesting targeted tax relief for our businesses in the central city. So let's hear more from Charles. Welcome Charles Wilhoit to the stage.
Thank you, Governor. Well, good morning. Thank you very much, Governor. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as well. I want to take this opportunity also to thank the committee members. They were very committed and very diligent throughout the process. And we would not have made it to this point without the wonderful support of Echo Northwest, Brittany Badgent, Madeline Barron, Mike Wilkerson, and John Tapania, who is ever present. Today, I'm going to share our process with you and our recommendations as indicated by the governor. but first I'm going to give you a little context. The tax and services landscape changed significantly in Portland during 2019 through 2022. The state of Oregon and the city of Portland each enacted versions of gross receipts taxes to fund education and energy investments, respectively. And locally, voters approved 2 income taxes to fund supportive housing services and universal pre-kindergarten. The services associated with the tax increases are critical, as evidenced by broad voter support. However, the associated tax changes taken together were abrupt. Ernst & Young estimated that the total taxes paid by Portland-based businesses increased by 32% during 2019 through 2021. And on the household side, Portland now has the second highest marginal income tax rate in the United States, behind only New York City. We heard talk a little earlier from Sean Walters at Daimler and Senator Wyden about being number one. Well, I don't think we want to be number one on the tax burden list, but as you can see on the slides behind me, we are second only to New York City in the income tax for individuals, and right in front of California. Once again, it's good to strive to be number one, but being number one from a tax burden perspective is something I think we do not want. This slide also shows that while we're second in marginal income tax in the country, we're number one in marginal income tax at the state and local income tax level. These are things that we can't survive, and these are things we need to change. Just so you know, there may be a few sheepish grins at your table, and you might be wondering why anyone would smile at such news. Well, these are likely to be members of my extended CPA and tax family. Needless to say, when you make a living addressing someone else's tax problems, you can't ignore the silver lining in the clouds of confusion and complexity created by our tax structure. And Derek was speaking a little earlier about being hip. Well, I have a 23-year-old son. He spent his first year in the tax world this year, in the accounting world this year. And he said, tell people, Dad, you have to appreciate, not hate. So I've given you a line today, do not hate your CPAs. One day you will need them. And I don't know why anyone wouldn't have a CPA as one of their best friends, particularly a tax expert. Ranking second on the national income tax burden scale would be notable anywhere, but it's especially notable when you neighbor a state with no income tax. There's been a long-standing concern, at least among economists, that people ultimately might act on those interstate tax differences. And then, for the first time in many years, we saw people and dollars moving out of Multnomah County. In the past, IRS data would often show more income coming into Multnomah County than leaving. But coincident with the tax increases, we now see income taxes on income moving out at the level of $1.2 billion in 2021. This slide indicates that from 2013 through 2016, we saw an increase in income in our region due to migration. But 2016 through 2019, we saw that we are experiencing a loss of income as a result of migration. From 2019 through 2021, that loss increased from $159 million to $1.2 billion. That's income that would generate funding to address the housing, the mental health issues, and the addiction issues that we've heard about earlier in the program. There are many possible causes for the change in migration and income taxes and income, but the prime cause, we believe, is our tax burden. This is associated with shifts to remote work and expensive housing. With these findings as a background, the committee went to work on 2 primary objectives: an overall assessment of taxes and services, and identifying specific changes to the existing tax structure that could attract workers and businesses to the central city. As it is often the case in a setting like this, someone has stolen some of my thunder, and Mayor Wheeler also already spoke about our #1 recommendation. We do recommend a 3-year from 2024 through 2026 moratorium on new taxes for jurisdictions in the greater Portland region that impact the central city. Once again, this is new taxes. The tax moratorium would only apply to new tax measures and increase to existing taxes or fees that impact the central city. Our second recommendation is we call for the creation of a tax advisory group to review and recommend reforms to local, county, and regional taxes, as well as the fundamental taxing structure, and to make recommendations regarding system adjustments. Our third recommendation is the committee would like to see an expansion of the new business license tax credit program. The City of Portland recently implemented the credit to encourage businesses to relocate or extend their commercial leases within a small section of the central city. This was a valuable development, but the pilot program is limited in geography and scope. The committee recommends evaluating an expanded program via a Multnomah County and State of Oregon match program. Additional funds could support businesses located outside of the relatively small pilot geography, microenterprises, and businesses with fewer than 15 full-time equivalent employees, and nonprofit organizations. Finally, the committee was introduced to 16 other city, county, regional, and state tax incentive concepts. Of those, we conclude 12 warrant further study and encourage the city, county, and state to evaluate them. So those are our recommendations, and once again, on behalf of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to serve this city and this wonderful state and appreciate your presence today. I'll turn it back over to you, Governor Kotek.
Thank you, Charles. Now we will hear from the last committee of the Portland Central City Task Force, the Value Proposition Committee, which we quickly coined as the Optimism Committee. This committee was about giving Portland a North Star and defining our success in 2024 and beyond. Here's just a few of the metrics that they have brought forward. Everyone feels welcome and safe in public squares, along the waterfront, and in concert halls, arenas, museums, and parks. Open drug use is rare. Streets are clean and free of litter. Graffiti is abated quickly, and the plywood is gone. The media and civic and business leaders are telling a positive story about Portland's recovery. Now it's my sincere pleasure to introduce and make sure we hear from the committee chair for the Optimism Committee, Nolan Leinhart, who is the Director of Planning and Urban Design at ZGF and the chair of the Value Proposition Committee. Welcome, Nolan.
Thank you, Governor Kotek. I had the honor to chair this committee, and let's get my notes going here. As she mentioned, we quickly dubbed ourselves the Optimism Committee. While other committees were tasked with dealing with the challenges of Portland Central City, our job was to think about how can we maximize and strengthen the reasons people actually want to be here when they could be anywhere else. What would make a business owner open a business in the Central East Side when they could open it in Vancouver? What would make someone want a nurse at OHSU want to live in the South Waterfront when they could live anywhere else in the region? What makes a Bay Area family want to spend a 3-day weekend here when they could spend it in Seattle? What makes an employee want to work in the office when they could work from home? We had an awesome committee. Part of what I loved was that they brought so many perspectives from around our community. And really, that's what's interesting about cities. We all experience them a little bit differently through our own lens. And we started by thinking about what are the universal reasons people gather in central cities at all, and in this one in particular. Mike Wilkerson from Eco Northwest shared this quote with us that's on the screen, and it was a great starting place, but as we end our process, it also resonates with a lot of the reasons we agreed that people want to be in downtown Portland. It's unparalleled ability to facilitate human connection. One great example of human connection is that when this task force was announced, many of us had friends and associates reaching out. I received so many detailed letters with ideas about what we should do in the Central City. Members of the public said, how can we help? So miraculously, on short notice and with the help of many talented facilitators, we actually created 24 listening sessions on a range of topics and geographic areas. We had over 250 participants representing a broad spectrum of community organizations, businesses, and Central City neighborhoods. We also distributed a survey that received over 9,000 responses that helped to shape our committee's work, creating a framework for recommendations to drive Portland's recovery. So first, why do we care about central cities and Portland Central City in particular? Downtowns provide a unique benefit through concentration and when people are located near one another. First, matching, the ability for employers to draw from a deep pool of talent and for prospective employees to draw from a broad range of potential employers. Second, sharing, the ability to leverage infrastructure and supply chains. And third, learning, the collaboration and exchange of ideas. Portland Central City does all three of those things, and as a result, it has an outsized impact in jobs, income, and productivity that benefit the region and state economy. So in the spirit of optimism, we also want to remember we have a lot to work with. We're blessed with a stunning natural setting, surrounded by views of the Tualatin Mountains and the Cascade Mountains on the horizon. Few other cities have worked so intentionally to complement their natural gifts with investments in placemaking and infrastructure, including places like Tom McCall Waterfront Park and the East Bank Esplanade, which connect us to the Willamette River. Finally, by intention or accident of history, we have small downtown blocks, making our city walkable and human-scaled, punctuated by abundant street trees and urban parks that form our urban forest. Our work to build a great city over the last 50 years means Portland is not competing to be a low-cost leader. Rather, we need to continue to build on our competitive and comparative advantages. So the committee distilled the value proposition for Central City Portland into three elements. First, the region's shared gathering place. Next, an inclusive hub for innovation and opportunity. And last, an accessible urban community. Maybe the most visible, Maybe the most visible and inclusive way that the Central City facilitates human connection is in its role as the region's premier gathering place, welcoming visitors from across the city, the region, the state, and the world. People come to celebrate arts and culture, attend events, indulge in world-class food, play in the parks, and cheer on their favorite team, sometimes in this room. Central City is also a gateway for visitors to Forest Park, the Willamette Valley, waterfalls, mountains, and the Oregon coast. Sorry, got a little slide misconnection. The setting for many public gatherings are public parks and plazas, which host major events in addition to day-by-day use by residents, shoppers, and downtown workers. Reinvigorating Portland requires accelerating the kinds of successful space activation that we see starting to reanimate Director Park and Pioneer Square, and working toward expanded roles for Waterfront Park, Darcel Plaza, and the park blocks. While we have lessons from the successes of the past, these activations are more important than ever in a new normal of hybrid work. Another conversation that rose to the top in the Value Proposition Committee is the value that arts and culture organizations bring to our community. Performing arts organizations in particular, the Nutcracker this month is going to drive tens of thousands of visits to downtown Portland. Thank you, Oregon Ballet Theater. All of these organizations drive tourism, create jobs, and they hold communities together, but many of them and their peers around the state are struggling and need our support. Funding of arts and culture is a public-private partnership that requires all of us. With state and local government resources to support these public-private partnerships, our arts organizations have indicated that they will be more stable and better positioned to generate private funding. In the process of brainstorming all the ways that we can activate Portland, it revealed actually that there's a tremendous amount of vision and ideas already in some stage of implementation. The Tea House is reopening at the Chinese Garden. Providence Park is bringing concerts back next summer. The Portland Art Museum expansion will be finished in 2025. And starting next weekend, the Woodsy Winter Village and ice rink will open at the foot of the Morrison Bridge. We have a lot to be excited about. The second element of the value proposition is the role that the Central City plays as a hub for innovation and opportunity. No other place in the state of Oregon has the concentration of employment and education that's found in Portland Central City. And it's connected to the region by an extensive transportation network. That makes the Central City a critical center of innovation and opportunity for residents, students, and entrepreneurs, where face-to-face connections build trust and chance encounters can create new partnerships. It can draw talented workers and forward-thinking employers and support the many educational institutions we have. We also need to support both our new and legacy businesses with technical assistance and affordable spaces to operate. The city has targeted a number of actions for the Central City and Prosper Portland's Advanced Portland strategy, and PBOT has refined and improved their program to facilitate street activation in partnership with small businesses. And again, we're seeing progress already. Nike just announced that they are reinvesting in the Central City through a large-scale renovation of their flagship store. That deserves applause. That's great news. Other employers are taking a chance on the Central City, like Jacobson Salt Company, TriMet, Panic, and Under You for Men. New retail storefronts are opening, like Bridge City Souls in Old Town, Hood River Distillers in downtown, or the Portland Vintage Market in the Pearl District. PSU is in the initial planning and design phase for a new home of its School of Art and Design. Dr. Ann Cudd was on our committee, which we appreciate so much, and she is leading PSU to expand its role at the heart of an urban academic district. The third element of Portland's Central City value proposition is its role as home to several residential communities. The Central City is home to tens of thousands of Portlanders who value its urban amenities, including world-class parks, transportation options, and proximity to jobs, education, and healthcare. Looking forward, we have the capacity to provide even more housing options for even more people, newborns and elders, students and professionals, and young families. We can make more places where everything they need is a short walk or right away: the library, the grocery store, the doctor's office, the playground. In our new normal, office workers' share of foot traffic has decreased pretty much everywhere due to hybrid work. Residents and visitors are playing and will continue to play a larger role in activating our streets and public spaces and our thriving retail environment. We can already see the benefits of residential density when we look at the effect that residents have on business stability in balanced areas like the Pearl, Goose Hollow, West End, and the South Waterfront. We have an opportunity to increase overall housing production by over 20,000 units in the next 10 years, with strategies like incentives for production, conversion of office buildings to residential, historic preservation, and ensuring affordable rental and ownership options are a significant part of the housing mix. When I say capacity, it's not just space. In fact, we have within the Central City today several major district redevelopments in various stages of planning and development, including the Albina Vision, the OMSI District, Broadway Corridor, and the Lloyd Center redevelopment. These are exactly the kinds of collaborative public-private partnerships that have contributed significant additions to the Central City residential population in the past and that we need to invest in for the future. So those are the three elements of the value proposition, but there's an additional thread through all three elements and the value proposition itself. A number of participants in the task force, our committee, and our public listening sessions pointed out that we have an opportunity to create a Central City value proposition for the future that extends that value to more people than the Central City value proposition of the past. Key to every element and action here is the ability to support, promote, and provide opportunities for members of our community who haven't always felt welcomed or included in Portland's success story. Thank you. From small business growth to arts and culture to housing and education, we can build back better with targeted investments in an inclusive economy and community. So I won't take too long on this since we're a little over time. There's lots of ways to support. If you're still looking for ways to support, this is a few ideas. We're going to put a more broad list out because we did hear so many people saying, what can I do? And so that was a big takeaway from the committee. We need a list somewhere posted where people can just pick up, make a donation, donate their time, and we're going to do it. So I'd like to finish as I started with a sense of optimism. It's difficult to bring so many leaders together around a shared sense of direction, but this process proved that the public and private sector have a common interest and a shared sense of urgency in making Portland a thriving, welcoming heart of our region and state. It's hard to believe, but we are the only city that is so intentionally linking arms with the state, county, and private sector to address these issues. I want to thank Governor Kotek for assembling the task force, and now it's time to amplify this work and seek more and more ways for public and private sectors to collaborate on these actions. Because as all these signs say, Portland is what we make it. Thank you. So now I have the pleasure of introducing a dance company whose motto is, I kid you not, optimism in motion. One of the bright lights of Portland's arts community, Jamie Hampton and Body Vox.
Hi, everyone. It's a real honor to be here today, representing the Portland dance community to all of you. I've been listening a lot to what's been going on today, the governor, the mayor, Nolan. I will say this, all of us in this room share the legacy. We are all stewards of a shared legacy. And that legacy is this beautiful place we call Portland. And whether we want to admit it or not, we didn't invent Portland. We tried to re-envision it, and we will pass it on to the next generation. What we do now makes a difference to the next generation. And in 40 years, there'll be a whole different group of people sitting in here talking about what's wrong with Portland and how can we make it better. And so today, we are going to, we're going to have some optimism in motion. I really appreciate the way that everyone in the room is trying to put their shoulders to the wheel and come together on shared crises and shared opportunities. I will tell you this, I speak a lot with arts leaders, not just in Portland, but around the country. I don't know a single arts organization that doesn't convey to me that they feel vulnerable, stressed, economically unpredictable, all of that. And a lot of it comes from all of us getting hammered, like everyone here did, from 20 to 22. Re-emerging is really tricky. Audiences are down. Foundation support is down for the arts because they're supporting human services. I know this for a fact, however. There is not a single city in the history of mankind that was successful that didn't have a vibrant arts ecosystem. I was sort of laughing. I looked on my phone about Dubai today. Probably the wealthiest city in the world. They have incredible arts that they've built, the government has built. So from my chair, I think that as a community, we could find a way to support the arts a little bit more because a vibrant downtown Portland will push the negative out and allow the positive to come back in. If you don't have viable performance spaces and restaurants, public markets, festivals, what comes into that vacuum is what we've been seeing over the last 2 or 3 years. Our role at BodyVox is to create a dance center that has 65 classes a week and 450 people come through there. We host dance companies, the opera, the symphony, chamber music Northwest. We host emerging artists who don't have a voice or a public forum for their voice. We're trying to be an engine for this city, and I'll call it an engine of optimism. With that in mind, this is a piece that we're going to do called Urban Meadow. And if you ever saw Toy Story, and you know that the toys all come alive at night, I think this is what happens at Tanner Creek Park when we're all asleep at night. This is what goes on. Thank you very much for having us, and thank you to Duncan Weiss. Thank you, Duncan.
Well, hello, everybody. I am not going to dance for you. I'm not. But another round of applause for Optimism in Motion Body Box. I'd like to thank all of our speakers today. You know, I often say that solving problems isn't just about the money. We can always use more of that in everything we do. But it's about how we use the resources that we have. And what that really comes down to is people. Sometimes while we're trying to solve for the what and the how, we have to elevate and remember the who. As we close this segment of today's program, I want you to know that I am moved by the care and the commitment and the knowledge that each of the people you've heard from today on the stage are bringing to Portland's challenges. And I am moved by the hundreds, probably thousands, who are not on this stage, who are rising to the occasion to solve problems here in the Central City and throughout this area every single day. I know we have lunch coming up, but give me one more minute. I'm asking everyone here to take a moment to think of something that you personally can do to make Portland a better place. Yes, is that an uncomfortable moment where you actually have to think? Think about what you can do for Portland. Doesn't have to be today, doesn't have to even be this week, but I need everyone to do something to help. It could be supporting a small business in the Central City, who frankly are having a hard time right now. It could be donating to a nonprofit that you know is doing great work. You can take a volunteer shift. I hear that Vanessa Sturgeon is looking for some folks to pick up some trash. I will be out there with you, so you can volunteer. It can also be serving as an ambassador about the new vision here in Portland. When you're talking with your friends, your family, when you're on social media, your business networks, both locally and nationally, or wherever you make yourself heard. I said earlier that I asked the task force members to commit to one principle. Don't dwell on the past, apply its lessons to the future. This is about the future. Now I'm asking the same of all of you. Thank you for your attention and engagement and enthusiasm today to be part of this conversation. And I also want to thank all the sponsors who helped make this event happen, because we can be here today and engage together to solve problems. So thank you for being here. I think we're going to hear from Joth, and we're going to head to lunch. And thank you, and we'll see you after the lunch hour. Thanks, everybody.
All right, everybody, thanks for sticking around. Let's see how we're doing over here. He's coming around. All right, we're coming around. He's feeling good. So we got some work to do. See how this unfolds over next. We got a couple more hours, so we'll be around. Okay. All right. We're a little behind schedule. We're going to make up a little time. So 12:45, we're going to come back. We've got Derek interviewing Governor Kotek coming out of lunch. So lunch is on either side of the room if you haven't already got it already. Thanks for hanging around. What a spectacular morning at the Leadership Summit, and we'll look forward to an even more spectacular afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
Just some toe-head teen feeling round
guys look good. I don't know. You guys.
black boots and an old suitcase. I do believe I'll find myself a new place. I don't wanna be the bad guy. I don't wanna do your sleepwalk dance anymore. I just wanna see some palm trees. I will try and shake away this disease. We could live beside the ocean, lay at the
Okay, bye-bye. Hey, have a wonderful trip.
Your brother calling me out, and you ran like a fool to my side. Well, the shot, it hit hard, and your frame went limp in my arms, and an oath of love was your dying cry. So wait for the stone on your by the car, and we'll go. Valencia, with your blood still warm on the ground. Valencia, and I'll burn this whole city down. Valencia, with your blood getting cold on the ground. Valencia, and I swear to the stars, I'll burn this whole city down.
Hold your head as high as you can, high enough to see you. Love sometimes is cold and cruel, maybe no one else will tell you so. You are black gold, black gold. You are black gold. Now maybe no one else has ever told you so. But you're golden, baby, black gold with a diamond soul.
Big shout out 6'6". I just kind of walk behind it, see where it takes me.
In a state fire, my money was all spent, but I felt so alive. I was chasing down a dream, like you always taught me to. But the evergreens and caffeine still remind me of you. I'm coming home to the place that I remember, back to the land of my first love. Would you spread wide your arms for this wayward son? I left my heart in Oregon.
Please return to your seats with your lunch. The program is about to resume.
Northwest air brings the fast boys to town. Be like fire on the Cascades when our feet touch the ground. I'm coming home to the place that I remember, back to the land of my first love. Would you spread wide your arms for this wayward son? I left my heart in Oregon. I left my heart in Oregon. 'Cause in my mind is a memory.
The program is about to resume. Please make your way back to your seats.
Cheap champagne and the victory. I'm coming home to the place that I remember, back to the land of my first love. Would you spread wide your arms for this wayward son? I left my heart in Oregon. I left my heart in Oregon. Oh, I left my heart in Oregon. Yeah, I left my heart in Oregon.
Con la luna in mare ho incontrato un angelo che non poteva più volare. Una notte a Napoli delle stelle si scordò e anche senza ali in un cielo mi portò.
Con lui volando lontano dalla terra, dimenticando le tristezze della sera, in paradiso oltre le nuvole, pazza d'amore come le lucciole. Quanto tempo può durare, quante notti da sognare? cielo mi ha abbandonato.
The program is about to resume. Please make your way back to your seats.
Sulla terra son tornata, mai più riamare mi sono rassegnata. Guardi su, quanto tempo può durare, quante notti da sognare, quante ore, quanti giorni e carezze infinite. Quando ami da morire, chiudi gli occhi e non pensare, il tempo passa, l'amore scompare, la danza finirà. Una notte a Napoli, con la luna e il mare, ho incontrato un angelo che non poteva più volare. Una notte a Napoli, che le stelle si scordò, e anche senza ali, in cielo mi portò, 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 in cielo mi portò.
All right, here we go. Here we go. We're back. Right. Now I know reports are this is the largest leadership summit crowd in the 21 years that we've done this. That's fantastic. Thank you for being here. This also, by my look, it might be the largest retention we've had after lunch in that same time. So thank you for that. That means the ham sandwiches and the turkey and the vegan landed. So thank you, everybody, for that. Okay, I'm very excited about this afternoon program. Hang in there. We're going to come out of the gates strong. Derek Thompson, who you heard from this morning, I think everyone would agree he was a bit engaging. And loved to hear what he had to say. Derek is going to be interviewing Governor Tina Kotek on stage. So I'm going to be quiet. Those two are going to come up. Please give a round of applause to Derek and Governor Kotek.
Hi again, everyone. I'm going to be an extremely stereotypical millennial and conduct an interview with the governor off of my phone, which is where the questions are. Unfortunately, it didn't load to the iPad. Let's start with housing. You made housing a centerpiece of your campaign, as a centerpiece of your agenda. Housing is tough. How would you grade the progress you've made in housing as governor?
Well, I do think, and I've spoken to this group in the past about housing, I think it's the #1 economic barrier here in our state. People don't have a place to live. We want people to come here. We want them to work here. They don't have a place to live. This year, I think we have made solid progress, particularly as it relates to my emergency order around unsheltered homelessness. We had to come in early and say we had to help people get off the streets. We are on track to, fingers crossed, meeting our goals in January under the emergency order. And kudos to the folks on the Housing Production Advisory Council, which was another one of my emergency orders. We have been doing great work to remove barriers to figure out how we can build more housing in the state. We have to build 36,000 units per year if we're going to get ahead of this, and that is the #1 focus for the 2024 session. We are on track for that.
So, with housing, what is the benchmark that you use to understand whether you're successful? Because there's housing starts, there's housing sales, there's houses that aren't completed yet, and this is tough because with supply chain difficulties, you can start a bunch of homes, but then you don't necessarily finish them because the timber gets stuck in the supply chain, and you can't finish it with the plastics. What is the right metric for you in terms of benchmarks? Is it starts, sales, what is it?
You know, I'm really simple, all of the above. Honestly, we have to make sure that we're hitting all those traditional markers of housing but also talking about what's happening at the local level in terms of making it easier to get through the process for getting your permitting done. I've met with cities around the state, thank you, who are like really innovative. They work with their developers. They really want people to build more homes. And then you have other communities that, not so great. So are we getting through our permitting faster? Can people get to construction faster? That I think is one of the things we have to be tracking.
One of the things that I've tried to think about as a researcher in the subject of housing and housing abundance is there's all these different bottlenecks. And I try to be like a bottleneck detective, if you were, to figure out like what are the right bottlenecks to focus on? Where's really the right bang for buck? Can you help me understand, as governor, where you've decided to focus on? What as a bottleneck detective have you decided to focus on in order to really get housing construction and housing completion going?
Our housing production challenges here are so significant that, for me, it's an entire menu. It's not one thing, not even two things. As you can see in our Housing Production Advisory Council, we have multiple committees. It is about permitting. It is about land supply. It is about financing. It is about workforce. All of those things are impeding our ability to get ahead of this crisis. And that's why in the 2024 session, my housing production package that we're asking for $500 million in one-time money will be all of those things: infrastructure, technical assistance, financing for workforce housing. We literally have to leverage everything and catalyze everything to get us on track.
When you mentioned permitting, there was some applause over here, stage right or audience left. And so I feel like there might be it might be fruitful to dig a little bit deeper into there. Permitting is not something like ending single-family zoning that maybe you can just do at the state level. It tends to be very local. So can you drill down? Can we take a locality? It can be Portland, it can be whatever you like, and give us a sense of what it actually looks like to try to reform permitting status quos. Because when we were talking earlier about this conversation, you said at some point, if you want to start a construction project, that construction project might touch 27 different agencies before you can actually begin to, put shovel in earth. So how do you even begin to think about reforming the permitting structure, which seems like one of these non-sexy but incredibly important barriers to housing abundance?
Oh yeah, there's nothing sexy about permitting, let me tell you. But it's absolutely essential. And if Commissioner Rubio is still here, hats off to Commissioner Rubio for single point of permitting in the city of Portland. That's the kind of bold ideas that we need to do. Now, what are the challenges with that? Frankly, we have a lot of good people working in public service who have gotten accustomed to doing business a certain way. No judgment, but that's got to change, right? The status quo is not working. And for me, it means when you come in as someone who's going to build housing, you know how long it's going to take, you know what the rules of the road are, you know how you can go from permitting to construction, because that is money. Time is money. And we have to make sure that permitting is crystal clear for those folks. And again, some places are doing it well. And just to clarify, in the city of Portland, it's not that many agencies, but it could be 20 plus individuals who are different working with someone who's trying to construct. So Commissioner Rubio, keep going, keep going.
So you're coming into office and you're looking historically at Oregon housing additions over the last few decades. You built something like 200,000 houses in the 1980s, you built fewer in the 90s, fewer in the 2000s, and then even fewer in the 2010s. So it was almost 40 consecutive years of decade over decade, Oregon building fewer and fewer and fewer houses, which, if you make it a per capita statistic, makes it even worse because the population is growing. You come into office understanding this reality, understanding there's going to be challenges. What has surprised you about the challenge of working on housing? What's been surprising on the upside or on the downside?
Well, the pleasant surprise has been, particularly as I've been visiting our counties across the state, everybody understands there's a housing crisis. It would have been better if we had had all that understanding 10 years ago, but everybody knows, big or small, suburban, urban, rural, even our frontier communities are like, we have a housing problem. So focus is really key right now. So I'm very pleasantly surprised about that kind of unanimity of purpose. I think what I continue to be frustrated and slash surprised about is everybody goes back to the issue that they work on as the thing that either they don't want to move on or they want to move on completely to the absence of everything else. Again, 36,000 units a year, that's doubling what we're doing now. So everything's got to change. How you train your workforce, how you bring your financing, what the state's role is. And frankly, the federal government doesn't get off the hook here. Unlike most economically advanced countries around the world who put a lot more national money into their subsidizing of construction of a public good, we almost exclusively rely on the private sector. That's got to change. The state is not going to be able to finance this alone, and the private sector needs more help, so the federal government needs to step up.
Have you talked to the White House about this? What do they say?
Well, that's a good question. I have not, but I have met with Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Secretary Fudge, when I was back in D.C. as a newbie governor in February. We will talk again. But the White House has been supportive of the work we're doing here. When we passed the first statewide law in the country to re-legalize middle housing, I did a presentation at the White House. They understand the importance of housing choice and different options, and Oregon is leading the way on that.
What can the people in this room, they all go back to their cities in Oregon, what can they do? What's a message that they can take home? Because one thing that I'm hearing, and I've heard this from other mayors, other governors as well, is that you have this incredibly fragmented, distributed system of housing construction, whether it's the people in permitting, the people at the legislature, the people who are in construction or who are raising money, and everyone's looking at their own part of the elephant, and no one can see the whole elephant. And sometimes it's difficult to get people to see the full picture. What can people in this room do when they go back home in order to be appropriate advocates for the housing abundance agenda that you're putting forward?
It's a great question. Well, first of all, I think everyone has to embrace that elephant. It is everything. Working together to get to more housing production. I think for our local leaders, it's tough, right? Because there are fears about change. There are fears about more housing in established communities. There's fear about development. Housing development is not a bad word. And our local leaders need help to realize that. And so my message to local leaders and to everyone around the state is, we're here to be helpful. You need technical assistance to make your housing plan, we want to step up. If you need some cover because you're getting a lot of pushback, we're here to help. This is the #1 economic issue for our state, and we will not grow. We will not be the state we want to be unless we deal with our housing problem.
Let's move on to homelessness. Oregon has a really bad homelessness problem. Portland has a very bad homelessness problem. How much of that homelessness problem do you think is a housing issue versus a drug or behavioral health issue?
Oh, that's a good question. So in my years at Oregon Food Bank, when I was an advocate there, the #1 issue for folks who were going to make it are the folks who had some housing stability. And our housing instability and housing insecurity has really exacerbated those other things that go on in your life. Maybe not having a well-paying job, or maybe having a chronic illness, or maybe having an addiction. I can tell you, if you don't have stable housing, all those things are going to get a lot worse. And we're seeing that. During the pandemic, we said to folks, hey, you lost your housing. We kept a lot of people housed, let me be clear. We kept a lot of people housed. But if you were unhoused when the pandemic started, we said, hey, just hang out in your tent for 3 years. You'll be fine at the end of it. Well, some people are really sick and really hurting. And so what I would say the connection is, because we didn't have enough housing, people are unhoused and everything got worse because of the pandemic.
And so how does that connect with the drug side, the behavioral health side?
Well, as you heard from the Central City Task Force conversations this morning, we have to do a better job bringing more adults into other people's lives through trained peers and outreach workers to connect with people who are living on the streets, potentially with an addiction issue. And frankly, if you lived on the street for 5-6 years, you probably would have an addiction problem too. So making sure we're working with folks to get into treatment. The transitional shelter is incredibly important. You don't go from the streets to permanent housing and everything's fine. Move into a shelter, get services there, move into housing that's supported by people who will keep you stable. And then hopefully that long-term goal is you don't need a lot of help anymore and you are doing fine. But that takes time and it takes a coordinated effort.
You mentioned that on housing, you're interested in maybe having a conversation with the White House about providing public funds for cheaper homes. have you also had conversations with the White House about the supply of fentanyl? Because this is not a problem, obviously, that Oregon can solve alone. Like, this is a drug that is coming through borders, sometimes through illegal trade, sometimes through legal trade. A lot of it comes from, at least originally, China, and then through Mexico. You don't have jurisdiction in China. You don't have jurisdiction in the Texas-Mexico border.
Not yet.
Not yet, right, exactly. You can petition for a little bit more power. You clearly need federal help here. Is this tell me about the conversations that you've had with the White House or with sort of national leaders or border control on the fentanyl issue, because that is so core, I think, to the drug and homelessness problem.
It is. Fentanyl is just changing the dynamic. The amount of time it takes to get into recovery and not need a fix is substantial, and the deaths, this is very lethal stuff. We all know, we read the stories. I've been impressed with our federal partners here on the law enforcement side, FBI, national resources, working collaboratively with our state police, with Portland Police. They are laser focused on getting the fentanyl off the streets, and like our bike patrols that we were talking about earlier. It is going to be important to say to the rest of the country, Oregon we don't want you. You're going to sell drugs in our state, we don't want you. We want you to go away, and we're going to make it really hard to do business in our state. And we will need national help to do that. So that's been mostly that conversation. I will thank the federal government too for making sure when someone is overdosing, making sure we have more resources for the public health emergency it is, to keep people alive, more access to naloxone and other things. So I would wish it had been a little faster, but I think there's a lot more coordination right now, and people understand how difficult the challenge is.
Yeah. Let's move on to chips and semiconductors. There's a couple more issues that I want to talk about that are related to sort of workforce and chips and semiconductors. Obviously, just hundreds of billions of dollars flowing from the IRA. A lot of that is coming into Oregon. What can you do to set yourself up to succeed? Because this is one place where you know the federal spigot is open if you do the right things. How does Oregon set itself up to succeed so that it can make the most of the money that's coming in and really, bring in talent that can build extraordinary semiconductor fabs here?
Well, as many of you know, Oregon has been the center of the semiconductor industry for many, many years. So congratulations for us. And it took Senator Wyden and Maria Pope and the task force saying, Oregon legislature, you need to step up and have your own CHIPS Act to complement the CHIPS and Science Act at the federal level. So we did. Oregon CHIPS Act came together, passed early in the legislative session with significant resources. And because of that, we are continuing to build the ecosystem for the future on semiconductors here in our state, because we are not sitting down. We need to have that federal money come, and that means Oregon stepping up and doing its part. So I'm very bullish about where we are right now.
From a workforce perspective, are you bullish?
I am. When we had Secretary Raimondo out here, Secretary of Commerce, we were at Portland Community College's program. They have a program to get people in a very short amount of time acquainted with what it would be to work at a place like Intel. And it's really a wonderful model. Now, the challenge for us is ramping that up to make sure we have the skilled trades, the workers for the fabs, our professors at our universities. What I've been seeing across the state since being in this office, everybody is rowing in the same direction here. They know this is an incredibly important opportunity for businesses, for jobs, for the next 3 decades here in Oregon.
On the subject of workforce and career, I was talking earlier in the last panel that I was on about hybrid work and remote work, and the fact that I know that several governors, including the governor of New York and the mayor of New York City, are very anti-remote work because their perspective is we need to make sure that we protect the value of our corporate buildings because we get tax revenue from business taxes. We need to protect the tax revenue from our buildings. We need to make sure then that people are going into the buildings, the corporate buildings, maintain their value. And so you have a lot of governors across the country who are against remote work, against hybrid work. They want people to come back into downtown areas, shop at the storefronts, shop at the ground floor retail, and fill out those buildings. Do you have a strong perspective on hybrid or remote work, at least as it impacts sort of municipal finances or just like the culture of Oregon cities?
Well, we have to meet people where they are. And there were some real advantages of working virtually or hybrid for a lot of people. So how do we hold on to what was good about it and also address some of the issues that Derek has pointed out? If we think about downtown Portland, we're not going to have the size of the office 24, 9 to 5, 5 days a week that we had before. But we can have more, and we have to have more people living downtown. Major cities like Portland have to change how they're going to look. I don't think saying no and going backwards is going to solve anything. We need to be like, okay, how do we move forward? I'm going to tell you about the state of Oregon. I now am a CEO of a workforce of 40,000 people, and we are actually analyzing our office space. Are we getting the most bang for the buck? What's the right way to have our office space utilized when we have some hybrid work going on? It's good for our staff. We're retaining people. And the bottom line for me, are we doing the work and the customer service that we need? If we are, then that's going to work for the state of Oregon.
And there are probably some CEOs and some presidents in the audience that might like a tip to see if it's working for you. How have you found hybrid remote work to work for the governor's office?
Well, I do think when people can have a little bit of their personal life but still do their job, I think that's a good thing. Although I have to say to the CEOs around here, I think when I got into this job, it's like, how are you fixing this hybrid thing? I mean, we're all trying to figure it out, right? What's the right balance? But we have to get more people back in the office, because I do agree with the mayor earlier who said that being in person, either for staff meetings or on a regular basis, that synergy that happens when people are in the same room together is something we have to promote. So we're all figuring this out. If anybody says they have the answer, I think they're making that up, right? Nobody has the one answer to solve this problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. I do feel like some of the fully remote companies that I know, I joke that they're not really companies. They're basically group texts that also like distribute a W-2. But like the experience of the company is just essentially texting people on your computer and on your phone, and then like every 2 weeks you get paid, which is unlike most group texts.
Remember, we are hardwired, evolution-wise, to want to be together, right? I know I'm an introvert, so I have my challenges, but we do thrive when we're together, right? So how do you do that? And work and organizational cultures in our employment is a big part of that. So let's get creative. It's not going to look like it did before, but it can continue to be better for everybody if we think about it harder.
My last set of questions about education. When I spoke briefly about education in the previous interview, I mentioned that when the PISA scores came out, the international PSIA scores that compare the US to a bunch of other countries in the OECD, they found that American reading scores, despite the learning loss in the pandemic, were relatively resilient compared to similarly rich countries. So it's not that there was no learning loss happened, but it wasn't as bad as some other countries had experienced. What was really catastrophic is that in the last 10 years, American student math scores have pretty steadily declined, and then they really fell off a cliff in the last 3 years since the pandemic. Would just love your perspective on learning loss and the conversations that you've had with teachers' unions and schools about how to get kids back on track. We can hit math in a second if you want to talk about that specifically, but I am really curious about your perspective on learning loss.
Well, just briefly, I'm not satisfied where we are with our reading. That's why we're focusing on early literacy, and we have a math literacy issue, so like it's not either or. Here's one of the things that I think we have to do a better job, is summer learning. I was on the road, I won't say where because I'm not going to call this person out, but I was told by someone who's a local elected and also a teacher saying, why are we going to year-round schools? We spend all this effort to make sure kids can learn in the summer. It's like, until we get there, we have to have more summer learning. We have too many children who have lost the ability to interact with others because of the pandemic, and they've lost time in their academics. Enrichment in the summer, structured both for social, emotional well-being and academics is the way to go. So legislature will be asking for some money this summer, both for after school and summer. We need to have more of that happening.
And so how does fitting that together work? You make a decision that you want more summer instruction, and then you talk to the teachers and say, if we free up this pool of money, can we pay you to work these extra 2.5, 3 months? give me a sense of just how it all works to bring it together. Essentially, you're adding another quarter, another trimester essentially, and making it a quarter system.
Well, we have a lot of educators who were excited and stepped up during the pandemic when we did have more one-time dollars from the federal government for that. But there are educators who understand they want to be with their kiddos and make sure they can learn so when they come back to school in the fall, that they are ready. But it's not just about our schools, it's also about our community partners. Those culturally specific and culturally based organizations who can be like, we are going to provide that mentorship and caring adult that a child needs in the summer. Plus, we're going to teach them a few things. They're going to be much more prepared for school when they come back in the fall. So it is both our schools and our community partners. And we can do better here in Oregon than other places are ahead of us on that. So I know there's some legislators in the room. We'll be talking about summer in the 2024 session. So.
And this might be my last question, but to tie together workforce development and education, and the point that I made about math, what's the thinking that you're doing on improving technical education? Maybe, science and technology education, but you can also, because this is something that we talked about a little bit earlier, fold in the possibility of like whether or not we need to expand the number of technical opportunities for young people who graduate from high school, won't necessarily go on to get a 4-year degree in a liberal arts college, but might want to learn a trade. So talk about that a little bit.
I think we can all be proud as Oregonians over the last decade, really starting to switch to career and technical education as a career path, not just a college degree. We can do more there because whether it's the semiconductor industry or frankly building us a new I-5 bridge, which is not going to be just a bridge, it's going to be the most modern multimodal facility that we can build in the country. We're going to need people to engineer it, build it, and create the transit and other things that are going to be on that bridge. That takes career and technical ed. That's not just about a 4-year degree. And I think we have some strong programs here, but that's why we passed the Student Success Act. That's why we said we need more money for education in 2019 so we could pay for career and technical education. So thank you all who are paying the corporate activities tax to pay for the Student Success Act.
And how do you, just very last quick follow question, how do you communicate that to graduating students? Like how do you make it salient to graduating students that these opportunities exist if you're trying to create more of them and they haven't historically been there?
That happens in middle school. That happens in 9th grade where we say, what do you want, where do you want to see yourself in 5 to 10 years? It is what we're doing to mentor and provide the in-school counseling to have people really think about their future. What I'm excited about is that there has been and should be increased private sector involvement there. So folks, children and young people can have those internship possibilities. They can see the possibility. When you go to someplace and say, when someone takes you into Intel and says, you could put on one of these awesome suits and work in this amazing atmosphere and learn some really fantastic things, a young person says, okay, I want to do that. That is up to all of us to bring those opportunities and possibilities to our students so they see their future and will stay engaged, graduate, and actually be the folks we need for the future to do these jobs.
Governor Kotek, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, next. I get the opportunity to interview the Senate President, Rob Wagner. Rob represents Senate District 19, which includes Lake Oswego, West Linn, Tualatin, Southwest Portland, River Grove, and Durham. He has served as the chair of the Senate Education Committee and the Senate Democratic leader before being elected as Senate President earlier this year. Also joining us will be House Speaker Dan Rayfield, who represents the Oregon House District 16, encompanies Oregon State University, you know I have to get this in, go Beavs, and Corvallis, where he lives with his wife Amanda and son Adam. He currently serves as Speaker of the Oregon House of Representatives. Rob and Dan, come on up. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks. Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to take a clustered approach to questioning, all right? So it means you have to remember all 3 of these and then figure out how you want to answer them in which way, and maybe how you want to correct the other person.
Well, when he gets it wrong, I'll just pick it up.
That's
from there.
simple,
So
right? That's what
good.
we'll do.
It's the House and the Senate.
Okay, right. That House Senate thing, right? Big brother, little brother. Is that?
Interestingly, I ran for the Senate in 2010. It was one of the best things that ever happened to me because I lost that race.
Yeah.
And so I was able to come right into the Oregon House,
Yeah.
where the real work is done.
Where things actually happen.
Yeah.
Right. More people, and it's more difficult, right? There's more coordination. There's just more a lot more going on there.
You know, we have a lot more energy. There's more spirit. There's more ideas. And, you know, we lead the state.
You can tell he's actually a short timer. So
Right.
if people haven't, you can Google him and find
Yeah.
out. He can.
It's funny
he
what
can,
happens when you're not up for re-election, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
Yeah,
it's
that's
exactly
through.
right.
He's trying to make the case to other people in the
Right.
other 35 counties in the state. So.
Yeah. But then it goes and gets stuck over here with the Senate president, and then you just never know what's going to happen, right? I mean, it's like things get bogged down, they get slowed down. Like, is that how it works?
Yes. I mean, unquestionably
Do you want a
so.
spade to dig your own hole here? You still have to work with me. In
We still got
February
one more session.
Yeah, this is great.
All right. No, seriously. So here's what I want us to get after here. Let's get, and for a lot of people in the room, and Dan, I know that you are, you're serving your last term, and Rob's, essentially going to be around for a while. He hopes. We'll see. Depends on how this goes.
Yeah.
Next 15 minutes might determine
let's
that.
see what my wife
So let's
says about
maybe share with the audience a little bit more about your background. I gave a quick brief overview of kind of where you come from, but also let's also capture it's been an interesting couple of years, right? There's been a lot of change in Salem. There's been a lot of change in leadership. There's been a lot of new momentum. I think we felt momentum today with a lot of things that have happened over the last year from a state standpoint. So maybe capture a little bit about yourselves, a little bit about 23, and kind of what you're excited about as we think big about 24. So whoever wants to start.
Yeah, happy to. I think both of us are homegrown Oregonians, had experiences as young people growing up, coming to high school, going to college. I was an overeducated kid from the suburbs and then actually faced a pretty significant medical issue. I ended up dropping out of college on the East Coast. I came back to Portland State University, go Vikings, here. There we go. A few of us
Go
left out
Vikings
there.
in the
My
house.
son's at Oregon State, so,
Okay.
we
Go
have,
Beavers.
We have words. And it was let knowledge serve the city. It's how I found my passion into public service was through that work. And I ended up getting internships and getting a chance to work down in Salem, and then spent 20 years in and around the building. And now I'm almost an empty nester, sending kids off to college and kind of playing that full circle. And it has been a fascinating opportunity to serve in the legislature the last few years. It has been. The pace of it has been incredible, but we've also been able to, I think, really come together around some really big issues. And you heard Senator Wyden talk about, how it really is the Oregon way. Well, if you look at this last legislative session, there were almost 3,000 bills that were introduced. 650 of them ended up passing. About 94% of them actually did have bipartisan support. So I think some of the media and some of the heated moments that you see sometimes aren't necessarily reflected in the policies that we see. And I know, part of what we did as having a new team coming in with a new speaker, new Senate president, new governor, new leadership really all over the building was trying to structure wins early in the legislative session. You've heard about the CHIPS and Science Act, and I'll turn over to Dan to kind of talk about some of your thoughts on the big wins from 23. But following what Senator Wyden and President Biden did in passing that landmark legislation, the fact that we set up a joint committee around semiconductors and right out of the box ended up doing what ultimately became the biggest cash on the barrelhead and tax package on a per capita basis in the country to be able to leverage the innovation that we see across this state. We're talking about thousands of great jobs, both in the construction industry and for the long term. So that's just one example of when you saw big bipartisan support early in session on that. But don't want to take all the oxygen.
Oh, you already did.
Yeah. Well, since he didn't win his Senate seat, I want you to say more about that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think like I didn't come into this like you as a traditional politician.
Yeah.
You know, I was also like you. I was a dropout of college. I failed out of college. I didn't graduate high school on time. I got fired from jobs. It was a very different period of my life. I struggled with addiction, struggled with ADHD. It was a big part of my life growing up, and it eventually wound my way into the legislature. And part of those experiences really give me a different lens as I walk through the Capitol, as I view legislation. But I would also say that my parents, which was a unique and non-traditional background as well. My dad was a Republican. He was a colonel in the Air Force Reserves and a senior vice president of a commercial insurance company. And then you had my mother, who was about as progressive as it gets. This is someone who had dragged me to protest the Iran-Contra scandal in the 80s, if folks remember that, and it was horrible. I hated being dragged to that as a child. And she would also go to the Nevada nuclear test sites and get arrested protesting nuclear weapons. And as a kid, it was very interesting, and because this is how it shaded how I really look and operate in the legislature and some of the packages that we did in 2023. Because as a kid, you would sit there and talk with your mom, and she would say, well, I really want to get rid of nuclear weapons to keep the world safe. My dad, a Republican, someone who I also deeply love, would say, we need nuclear weapons to keep our world safe. They both wanted the same thing. They were going about it in different ways. And so as we walked into the 2023 legislative session, you have to think we're coming off of elections, right? Democrats are saying, Republicans, you don't care about education. Which is not really the truth. Republicans are saying, Democrats, you don't care about education, again, which is not on the truth. The people who get elected to serve have these same common values. What we did differently in this last session is we put Republicans and Democrats at the tables as equals to find solutions to some of the biggest problems that we had in the state. So semiconductors, Democrats and Republicans, equals at the table trying to figure this thing out. We had unity in the issues facing our state when it comes to behavioral health and housing and homelessness. We brought Democrats and Republicans together to create one of the largest investments in terms of dollars and in policy to combat the housing and homelessness problems that we have in our space. We did this in rural infrastructure, so we have development in all four corners of the state. We did this in water, which actually will draw down federal dollars and create investments in one of the most significant parts of our economy, our agricultural industry. So a very unique way that we went about the session.
Well, I think, so as you look ahead and you think about, you talked a lot about bipartisan partnership. We're obviously at the Leadership Summit, which I believe you told me you were at the first one.
I'm pretty sure. I was talking to Duncan about this. I just had come back from grad school in DC, started a job working with the American Federation of Teachers, and I remember, if I wasn't the first one, it was many of them.
Number two, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
I think I was in middle school.
Yeah, he's adorable.
So but as you've seen it and you've been a part of the Oregon structure for a long time, how do you see the partnership with business? And as you come into running and be in very significant positions in the state, and the partnership with business, and like, where do you see that? Where do you see the challenges with that? Where do you see the opportunities with that?
Well, I'll just say, part of the innovation around the business plan and this summit and people coming together is thinking more long-term about how do we solve problems together across the state. Because, I'm a little bit of a nerd. Last night I went back on and was looking on the website back to the original business plan 21 years ago and thinking about the conversations around people and productivity, going through the recession of the early 2000s, the challenges that we faced in 2009 and 2011, looking at the pandemic and trying to keep those principles going forward to think about a long-range plan that embeds accountability back into some of our systems as well. And there's one issue that I was talking to Duncan about on this, and something I'd really like to see as a potential signature initiative heading into the 25 session. Back in the late 1980s, there was something called the Oregon Progress Board. I don't remember if people remember Shines or Shines 2, and really there were governors at the time that really adopted this, leaned into it. Legislators actually would have some of the goals up on the wall, and it looked at, instead of the silos that we have, I think sometimes in government, it's a state agency here, it's their key performance measures. You talk about current service level and roll up, but what are we doing to look at a 2050 vision? How are we leveraging best practices around that, finding cross-sector metrics to be able to, whether or not that's in certain education areas or whether or not that's in public health, how are we setting that long-term vision? And so I think leaning into things like the business plan and using that as a structure, revisiting some of those conversations and some of those best practices that we had. And I will say, going back and revisiting, I remember the 2011 summit when they said, build the bridge. And I just want to give a little bit of a, can we get one of these? Yeah. The fact that we actually got a commitment coming out of this legislative session to put Oregon's share on the table to be able to leverage the investment that you're seeing in Washington and the federal government to get the I-5 bridge started, and we're going to get it completed.
Yeah. And I think what I would say is the one thing that I absolutely love about our legislature is that we are a smaller state. We are a smaller legislator, and if you want to have collaboration with your legislator, you can email them. And you can go out to coffee with them. And I think the diversity of experiences and backgrounds in the legislature is amazing. And to be able to have that access where a lot of the ideas that you see that get passed don't necessarily come from legislators themselves. It's through partnership in communities. The semiconductor idea, right? If you think about this, was built out of a task force that was done in public-private partnership. It's that type of relationships in a state like this where you can have more immediate access. We can be more nimble to be responsive to the issues that we're seeing in our communities. In the 24 session, right, part of what we were going to talk about moving forward, again, you're going to have a housing and homelessness package. Are those all legislative ideas? No, that's in partnership with the community. We put together a joint task or a joint committee to really focus on substance abuse, ballot measure 110 and the crisis that are facing our communities. That is work that's being done in partnership with the community. Again, the accessibility of the legislature as facilitators for the good ideas in the state is something that I absolutely love and I would encourage. And the one thing that I think for people to remember is the legislative body is a transitory body. Right? People come, they go, very often, in fact, whether it's 2, 4, or 6 years. And so the institutional knowledge for our state resides in our communities, and continuing to build relationships as people come into the legislature and exit the legislature.
Thank you. So our last topic here, and earlier today we had a live poll voting where we had asked the audience to tell us what they thought would be the most important issues of the 10 items that we had up on the screen. And number one going away was K through 12 education. And education's been a theme throughout the day. And we know it's critical to the economy. We know it's critical to the advancement of our state. We know it's critical at all levels. What do you see as necessary to improve our performance specifically? How do you think about that and connect that across the entire education consortium?
Do you want to go?
Well, yeah, go. You do K-12. I really want to touch on higher ed because that wasn't one of the questions that we saw, and I was talking to folks backstage about that too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities in K through 12 in terms of a workforce standpoint and where the workforce is going to be 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And that's going to take a lot of leadership among the thought partners within our educational system as well as within the legislature as we start to think about how to marry those things up to make sure that our kids are ready for what is invariably going to be a very different economy 20, 30 years down the road. We have funding issues with our education system K through 12. We need to make sure as the legislature, as we're looking at the right number for our districts, that we're all operating from the same information because every 2 years we get into this question is what is that right level of funding? This year we had educators and folks come into the legislature and say this is the number we needed. We funded that number, but now we're still having questions about whether that was the right number. And so we need to make sure that we're operating on the same information moving forward. And then the one thing is I have a 12-year-old in school, actually just got his grades back. It was the first time I've got grades back for a child, so much better than mine as a kid, I'll just say that. But we really, as parents, right, we want to make sure that we're getting what we're paying for, right? There has to be outcomes driving in that space. So I think the governor's leaving some really good conversations moving forward, and I'm excited to see where those end up.
You take it to higher ed.
Yeah, and I graduated high school the year, I'm older than Dan, both in spirit and in body. The year Measure 5 passed and lived through Both my sisters are teachers, my mom, my aunt, all educators, lived through what I would say is the disastrous decade of what happened to education in the 90s. With the passage of Measure 5, then 47, ballot Measure 11, prison construction, everything that happened in the 90s in Oregon, the bottom dropped out in terms of local funding for schools. Everyone probably remembers, we had no rainy day fund, we had no ed stability fund. So when we hit the recession of the early 2000s, right about the time that the business plan was coming together, these were the challenges that we were facing. Hillsborough, I saw the mayor of Hillsborough over here, and he was an educator too, knocked off 17 days off the end of their school year. They cut all of their CTE programs. And it's been a process over the last decade, 20 years to be able to build that back. Measure 98, the Student Success Act, the things that we're seeing reinvestment. My pitch on higher education is since that time and even before, we need to think about what is the aspiration that we can have together to be able to build a post-secondary future that ties back to job development, job creation. And I think there's a word that has been missing a little bit, and that is equity. When we look at our students and who's coming up through our systems of post-secondary education now, I was part of something called the Joint Task Force on Underrepresented Students in Higher Education. And are the students still here from Oregon State and U of L? Can I get a woo? All right, there we go. So if you have been engaged in the conversations with students who are working so hard, what you paid on a per credit basis to be able to go to post-secondary is not what they're paying. And the challenges that they face, kids that have really struggled through COVID, we owe it to these students, and it's important. It's the backbone of our economy to be able to have a 21st century vision for post-secondary education and workforce training. That really gets me out of bed every single morning, and that's what I like to see, and partnering with the voices of these students for the future of the state of Oregon.
Well, I think that's an excellent way to end what was a short conversation. I could spend another hour with both of you. So thank you, Senate President Rob Wagner.
You have to stay
Speaker of the House, Dan Rayfield. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we'll keep moving along. I'd now like to welcome Ann Mersereau. She is the Vice President of Human Resources, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Portland's General Electric. She has more than 25 years of human resources experience in the utility, insurance, and hospitality industries. Ann is a passionate leader in education and workforce development and was appointed in 2017 by Oregon Governor Kate Brown to the Oregon Workforce and Talent Development Board, where she is the chair. Please welcome Ann to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here today. It's great to be with you and to be inspired by all the great things that are happening here in our state. So in a moment, I'm going to ask all of you to have a short, focused exchange with someone that you maybe haven't talked with heretofore. It's going to be for only 30 seconds, but I figured this was a good thing to do post-lunch. But I want to set this up. So we have heard repeatedly today about thinking big. I want you to identify one big challenge as it relates to workforce and talent. Find that someone that you're going to connect with to share. So you have 30 seconds between the two of you. Ready? And you're welcome to stand up. Set, go. All right, that's it. Come on back. Come on back. All right, I'll share a little bit about my big challenge that I have. and what we're going to do about it at Portland General Electric. But there's two things that I want you to take away from today. And I think you've heard this pretty repeatedly throughout. First, no one is going to bail us out of our challenges. And second, these challenges are solvable. For those of you who don't know, Portland General Electric serves approximately 900,000 customers, and nearly half of Oregon's population resides in our service territory. At PGE, we have clear imperatives from our customers to decarbonize our power supply, continue to deliver reliable and affordable service to our customers. By 2030, we have both the goal, and now it's been codified in law, to achieve at least an 80% reduction in baseline emissions, which is a good thing. And by 2040, 100% in greenhouse gas emissions from our power served to customers. This means that all of the energy we serve our customers needs to come from non-emitting energy sources, which means we need a lot more clean energy sources. Think batteries, solar, wind. So, naturally, we need people to start thinking about this technology and innovation. We need people thinking about what clean energy production looks like in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And we need a talent pool of trained people ready to take on this challenge. And then we also need all the people associated with this massive transition, from the trades and craft professionals to data scientists to engineers, and on and on. Oregon's clean energy transition will literally take thousands of new workers over the next 15 years. The clean energy sector has a huge awareness problem, and those that work with me know that I like to call it a brand problem. We have a huge gap in what our industry needs and who is available to take on the challenges, and people don't know about it. People aren't being taught about it in our schools. They might hear about it in a college course or hear about it at a career opportunity experience post-high school. I know that when my kids were leaving high school, they weren't thinking about positions in clean energy. And I'm guessing for those of you who have kids in your sphere, you're not hearing, hey, mom and dad, I want to be a dispersed energy resources innovation analyst that helps tie in clean energy to a modern grid. Our current strategy, or lack thereof, will not be sufficient to build the clean energy workforce that we need for this transition. So when you add in all the additional workforce needs that will be created through the investments like the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, our need for workers grows exponentially. According to a 2023 E2 study, the clean energy sector added jobs 53% faster than the rest of the U.S. economy. And bringing it home to Oregon, the Oregon Employment Department is forecasting that a 20% increase of electricians is needed by 2031 alone, not including the policy drivers that I mentioned a minute ago. So we realized no one was stepping in to solve this problem for us. So we decided at PGE that we were going to try something new and wildly different. In early 2022, PGE identified the need to think bigger and broader about how to solve this workforce problem. It's not just a PGE issue, it's also about all the related sectors that will be critical to our success. We reached out to key stakeholders all over the state and decided to stand up what we call the Oregon Clean Energy Workforce Coalition. Today, the Oregon Clean Energy Workforce Coalition is a consortium of more than 60 partners who are all connected to the clean energy sector. On paper, we seem like a lot of people from a lot of different worlds. We have employers, unions, training providers, educators, workforce investment boards, community-based organizations, local, state, and tribal governments, all coming together. But we all have the same goal: to foster the next generation of workers who will move this industry forward by providing equitable opportunities for all Oregonians. And we've made huge strides already due to the consortium model. We are big fans of the consortium model. It's a model where industry is leading and engaged. It centers the needs of both the worker and the employer, ultimately creating a table that brings together all those connected to a workforce of a particular sector. This is different than previous models of workforce development that often happen in silos or end up creating duplicative work streams. Our goal is to create scale. It removes a focus from the individual employer to one of creating the workforce broadly for a selected sector, which benefits greatly from partnership and economies of scale. Since PGE launched the Oregon Clean Energy Workforce Coalition last year, we have adopted a model of continuous learning and adaptation. We recognize that we don't have all the answers, and in order to be successful, we'll need to continue to adapt. And we've already learned a lot that I would like to share with you today in hopes that it might help you. There's 5 key things that I want to share with you. First, don't start with a blank slate. Learn from other states and other industries who are doing this work. Take what you can from others and apply it to your own consortium. There's already been a lot of success in this space that you can save yourself a lot of time and resources and trouble by working to replicate that. When we began our work, we met with our industry consortia partners outside and inside the state of Oregon, including the Hillsborough Manufacturing Workforce Partnership. Our state has recently launched 3 industry consortia through Future Ready Oregon: healthcare, manufacturing, and technology. Next, everyone needs a seat at the table. A foundational principle of our work has been nothing about me without me. Everyone that will be affected needs to be part of this process and discussions from the very beginning. This would include those who will make policies that will impact your sector, those involved in workforce systems, educators, employers, community-based organizations, and the voice of the worker, either through a labor union or other organizations. Naturally, a group from such different spheres can have their own agendas. So we start each meeting, and this is one of my jobs, is to start each meeting by regrounding our group of 60 in our guiding principles so that we stay anchored and focused on the greater good. It reminds us of what we're working toward and not just our own individual ways of working. Next, leave your ego at the door. This is something people sometimes say, but it really is important for the consortium model to work. There has to be a focus, as I mentioned previously, on the greater good. And listen, I am a competitive person, so this lesson doesn't come easy for me. I want the very best talent at PGE. I don't want to share with others. But we don't have a lot of people banging down the door to be part of the clean energy sector. We have to build this from scratch. So you have to set that to the side in these early days of building up the workforce. And if we can build up a pool of future workers in this field with other companies who are also looking to hire, then we will all have a whole field of quality candidates to choose from. And then I can go back to my true nature of making sure that all the top candidates come my way. Next, keep equity top of mind. A key outcome of the consortium model is that it must reach those populations who have historically been left behind and underrepresented in our workplaces, with a focus on breaking down barriers of entry. In our own industry, women and people of color are underrepresented compared to other sectors in our state. We know that this is likely due to a myriad of factors and that a one-size-fits-all approach will not work or be successful. We're leveraging work that has already been done by community-based organizations across our state and plan to do a tour in 2024 to hear directly from workers what barriers may exist. And finally, have a plan. The final piece we've brought to our work, which came as a recommendation and lesson learned from the Hillsborough Manufacturing Workforce Partnership, was have a plan. So when we began our work, we knew that in order to support career awareness at an early age, and we talked about that this morning, how important those K-12 early age curriculum is, that we were going to have to take on a lot of heavy lifting and work to get ourselves there. This work has to focus on climate change and clean energy and can feel very overwhelming. We know we will get there, though, because we have a plan. We are leveraging a strategic plan that is focused on short-term goals, midterm goals, and longer-term goals. This allows us to break down this monstrous task of creating this workforce into very manageable chunks. One of those short-term goals was to start a pilot program that could then be implemented statewide. And I'm happy to report that we've been successful in this effort with a $3 million grant from the Department of Labor that will allow for a pre-apprenticeship pilot program with a few correctional facilities around our state in partnership with 3 of our building trade unions. Yeah, it's a big deal. We're so excited about this work. The grant will also fund career awareness and career learning for youth in Clackamas County and the service area of East Cascade Works in Central Oregon. So, one of my favorite movies is Mrs. Doubtfire, and I love the character because Robin Williams has this very difficult problem that he's solving for. He wants to see his kids, and he's really royally messed up on his role as the dad in the family at that junction. But he thinks creatively about how he's going to solve this problem. And that's what we're going to have to do. There's no Mrs. Doubtfire that's going to come and help me with clean energy, building the clean energy workforce. So all the things I've talked about today are not unique to our sector. Collectively, we are facing a workforce environment like we've never seen before. There's billions of dollars of investments from the federal government, an aging workforce, and rapidly expanding industries. Our old ways of doing workforce planning just won't cut it anymore. So I invite each of you, regardless of what role or industry you are in, to do 2 things. First off, think about what it's like what you need to do to be successful. I know each of us were asked earlier today to come up with a goal, so think about that. When it comes to workforce development, and clearly define what it is that you're looking for. What is your need, and what do you need to do to get there? Second, look to see if a consortium already exists for your topic and your need. If it does, do not duplicate it, but instead roll up your sleeves and get involved. If it doesn't exist, start to get organized, find other partners who have the same need, find a leader who will be an advocate for your sector, and be clear on what you want to accomplish. Remember, have a plan. Less talk, more work. This is our chance to do something pretty amazing and providing equitable opportunities for quality jobs for all Oregonians and supporting the workforce needs at local businesses. This cohesive and connected workforce system will result in a thriving and prosperous Oregon. We have a lot to do, so let's get to work. Thank you. So now that we're ready to hit the ground running, I'm hopeful, we're going to have a bunch of really neat people come up and talk about some incredibly unique ways in which they're thinking about workforce development in their space. So with that, I'd like to invite the panel to come up on stage. Welcome. So what I'd like to do is maybe start off by having each one of you introduce yourselves and share an area of focus that you all come from different aspects of workforce planning. So Venkat, we'll start with you.
Hello, my name is K.S. Venkatraman. I go by Venkat. As the Senior Director for AI Computing at NVIDIA. I also serve with you, Anne, on the State Workforce and Talent Development Board, and it's also my pleasure to co-chair the Technology Industry Consortium with Lisa. So very happy to be here, and thank you for having me.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mariah Robbins. I'm the Vice President of People and Operations at ADEC, and I'm also a co-chair of the Future Ready Oregon Advanced Manufacturing Consortium.
Hi, everyone. Lisa Scari, President of Mount Hood Community College, and as Venkat mentioned, I co-chair the Technology Industry Consortium with him.
Good afternoon, Travis Ryman, Superintendent of the Hillsborough School District. I also serve on the Workforce and Talent Development Board as a K-12 representative, and I'm part of the consortium under Future Ready for Manufacturing.
Buenas tardes, I'm Jonathan Colon Montesi. I'm Deputy Director of Economic Development for Centro Cultural, and I also serve as co-chair of the Advanced Manufacturing Consortium.
All right, let's get started. Okay, Venkat, artificial intelligence is certainly impacting the workplace. What are the implications for skills, and how do we need to approach talent development differently to meet the challenge?
So AI, or artificial intelligence, has been around for over 75 years. And the Turing machine during World War II is an example. But more recently, the rise in accelerated computing combined with the enormous amounts of data that's available to us has led to this field of deep learning, which has effectively made computers superhuman, particularly in the areas of vision and language domains, with many more domains to come. And we sit at this inflection point of the exponential curve with generative AI, and that revolution seems bigger than the internet revolution and the mobile revolution. So every economic sector is scrambling to figure out how to incorporate AI into their businesses. And so there is a demand for workforce development. And particularly with workforce development, I think the skills that are required in this space are the human skills, which is the collaborative problem solving, critical thinking, and coupled with the emotional intelligence aspects of things like the empathy, the communication, and the most importantly, the self-critique, understanding when you made a mistake and what is it that you can improve on. So these are skills that we not only need to train our workforce on, but also give employers a means to assess these skills. And I think most of us here agree that education lifts all boats. I believe that technology lifts all economic sectors. And in fact, computing is probably the most important instrument of human advancement ever created. So we should embrace it and figure out how we can use it to solve some of our toughest problems, like energy transition for the climate crisis, or healthcare or manufacturing, beyond education and skill development.
Thank you. Mariah, question for you. Employer engagement in workforce development is critical. How must employers engage differently to foster deeper, sustained talent partnerships that meet their talent needs and strengthen the diversity of their workforce?
Thanks, Anne. Great question. As all of you have heard today, the economic development and workforce development challenges that are facing us are much more complex than they were before. Thinking childcare, housing, challenges we were not solving years before as employers. And the challenge is that we have been mostly trained as employers to think internally first, or do things ourselves. When we build talent pipelines or development programs, we often do those things in silos. And you've heard Anne speak about that. So one of the things that I love, because right now the challenges that are facing us are so complex that a singular vision from our employee place is not going to be sufficient for solving the problems we need to solve. So that's what I love about employers coming together with the consortia model, is because we're getting the best of all of our talents and capabilities, and we're able to lean in on the partnerships from all the diverse backgrounds. One of the things that I really appreciate about being part of the Future Ready Oregon and the group that has been brought together is there's also some untraditional partners at the table, which encourages us to think differently, to bring more diverse perspectives to the table, to understand different geographies or lived experiences, so that we have better, more equitable solutions at the end. So that has been really great. And one of the things, and Anne mentioned this as well, is that the problems out there have been solved. We have lots of pilots, lots of successful pilots that have breached some of these challenges we're trying to solve in our workforce. So what we need to do is come together and collaborate. We need to think big, right? That's what we're here today to talk about. We need to collaborate. We need a new way of thinking about the way that we work together. And so for all the employers that are here, I know you've heard it, but I would just encourage you to think differently, lean in on your industry consortium, and if there isn't one already, follow Anne's lead. We can go do this. We don't need to be invited to lead. We can go create one and solve problems in a much bigger, more systemic way.
Thank you. Travis, you're up next. Your school district is doing an outstanding job working career-connected learning. What have you learned about creating more effective partnerships that connect education to careers and ensure that every student is aware of and prepared for pathways for meaningful careers?
Thank you, Ann. I'm so excited to share on behalf of our team in Hillsborough today. I represent the work of our city and our chamber and our schools and community college partners, and I appreciate the acknowledgement and the enthusiasm in the room today around K-12 as an important part of the talent and workforce development plan for the state of Oregon. Our promise to our students is to know, value, and empower each of them to figure out who they are in this world and how their talents can connect to a purpose after graduation. We know that we have incredibly talented young people in schools right now. In our school district, we have about 18,000 students. We speak 150 different languages. Our students bring all kinds of cultural, academic, social assets to the table when it comes to our future in Oregon. Our job right now as the adults is to figure out how our training and education systems can adapt so that they can see a clear path to future professions and ways to contribute in our communities. A couple of examples of that. Right now, our partnerships, a few to brag about, would be our aerospace program in partnership with Horizon and Alaska Airlines. We've got a bioscience program sponsored by Genentech. We've got a construction and diesel mechanics program sponsored by Caterpillar. So we say that investing in our CTE programs is not a charity case. It's a talent strategy. We know that our industry partners and business partners are looking at our students as the future of their workforce, and every investment, whether it's dollars or mentorship in a student's life, creates somebody who's inspired about themselves and will contribute to your businesses and to our communities. So I'm really excited about that. A latest innovation that I would like to mention is that we are the district in the state of Oregon right now with a registered youth apprenticeship in the area of manufacturing. We have students.
Yeah,
yes,
it deserves a clap. It's huge.
We're right in the middle of the Silicon Forest, we call it, and right now we have students from Century High School who have a CTE class when they're sophomores, juniors, seniors, and they do part of their apprenticeship in class and part of that apprenticeship on the job. And when they graduate from our schools, they become a certified manufacturing technician, which is a registered apprenticeship certification that's transferable to other states, other regions, and that's an incredible accomplishment for a high school student. They may choose to stack on other educational pieces to their journey, but they're also earning money while they're a junior in high school and go into that job in the afternoon while studying in our schools. I think that's a new frontier for us in education and in education industry partnership. I think the challenge right now is how fast can we move and how adaptable can we be to the skills gaps that we see and the talent gaps across industry sectors. So I'm excited that we're involved in the Future Ready Oregon consortium work, because I think within each of those consortia, we're building that ecosystem of K-12 education, community college, universities, and then workforce training. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, Lisa, community colleges are key partners in workforce development. Can you share some examples with us of the types of partnerships you are leading that are reshaping how we meet industry needs and support priority populations in career development?
Yes. Thank you, and thank you for noting how the key role that community colleges have in workforce development. I just want to say, for those of you who don't know, our 17 community colleges are absolutely amazing. I think I need to borrow Derek's word and say they're cool. We serve about 200,000 students across the state annually, and a recent report showed that we contributed $9.6 billion in income to the Oregon economy, which is pretty notable. On top of that, 1 in every 22 jobs in the state is supported either by our colleges or one of our students. And so we take this role of workforce development very seriously, and we're very proud of it. But one thing we're seeing is it used to be workforce development was kind of a hub and spoke model where we would meet with this employer and we would figure out how to support them, and we'd meet with this employer. But really, these industry consortiums are bringing everyone into the same space, and so we can all address the problem together. And let me give you an example that actually started right here on the stage. I think it was back in 2021 at the Oregon Business Summit. Senator Wyden talked about forming a blue panel task force to talk and look at the semiconductor industry in Oregon. And by February of 2022, the Semiconductor Competitive Task Force had been formed. And I was very honored to be asked to sit on the task force, but also co-chair the Talent and Workforce Subcommittee along with Dr. Naganathan from Oregon Institute of Technology. And this group, which had employers and it had labor and community-based organizations, we were to look at how the talent and workforce space in Oregon was going to develop to support the needs of the semiconductor industry, from the operator all the way up to research and development. And during these meetings, I still remember one of the most significant opportunities or interactions I had was when we met with a group of folks from the Hillsborough Consortium. And they talked to us, give them a applause. They were absolutely amazing and talked to us about what they had been working on. And what really struck me is here you had a group of what I would consider competitors, right? Different employers. But they'd all come together and they weren't competing, they were collaborating, and they were working together to figure out how to make this happen. And so in that, thinking about what can we do in East County, which is home to Mount Hood Community College, but also Microchip and onsemi, and continued these conversations. And one of the first things we were able to do is we did apply for a Future Ready Oregon grant in the first round. And that included Microchip and onsemi, and the idea was to upskill their incumbent workers and do that through a mobile training lab that could go on site to them. And it was amazing, and we were awarded, but also we were hoping for 24 students, and we ended up with over 100 employees that were interested in that class. And that was just kind of the beginning. The employers also stepped up, offering internships, paid tuition reimbursement, but also they knew that in order for the employees to get the training, there may need to be some modifications on their schedules. So they adjusted schedules so that they could work and do the classes. And so it's just an example of how coming together and looking at a problem can actually have some outcomes. That then spun into much larger conversations around a second grant where we've expanded. City of Gresham has been a great partner, as has Work Systems, Inc. And we brought in our partner Latino Network to figure out how we can further engage priority populations. And it's a perfect win-win situation in how we can address this. And I love that it's happening at all levels, from the classroom to the clean room to the C-suite. We're all engaged in trying to figure out how we're going to come up with solutions to solve this workforce challenge.
Thank you. And Jonath, for you, the health of our industry sectors and economy depends on growing and diversifying our workforce. How must we reset our partnerships and workforce development programs to ensure equitable recruitment, retention, and career advancement for our priority populations?
And thanks for that question. I think it's an amazing time in our lifetime. I think we won't experience this again, I hope. And we took a lot of lessons from the field. Central has a workforce that started pre-COVID and was doing the traditional work of supporting people through their journey. COVID hit, and we realized that we needed to do everything that we had not done before and more. And that was to throw out the playbook. We also saw our partners throughout the playbook. All rules were taken off the tables, and people began to create meaningful, intentional opportunities for community based on the need that they had. And that begins a different conversation. We're hoping that at this junction, we continue to have those dialogues, to continue to move forward with our new playbook of what our economy will look like, on what our talent will look like, on how we would approach our new systems. It disrupted all of our systems. And one of the things in certain sectors that we were able to enjoy, those who were collectively having conversations and trying to resolve the issues at hand, that they discover something, their essence. Not what the talent that they needed, but what was their industry essence. And by understanding that essence, they were able to move forward and communicate that to us community-based organizations, to those that were in the trenches, to help us identify and provide the support, the mentoring, the coaching, the navigation. There's a lot of resources that currently exist, but there's very few people that are helping navigate that for someone. One of the things that we don't necessarily are thinking about is the 5 generations that are currently in our workforce. And we have the wisdom of one generation and the passion of the other in the midst of the stable generation, whichever one that is, trying to figure a place to redefine what the workforce will be for them. And I think that we are at that junction, that finding our essence in our sectors and our industries, and being able to communicate that with community-based organizations, priority populations, and really looking at what our new world of work, which is a term that's been around for a long time, but it really has a different meaning today, will do for us as we move forward. Our talent is currently in the room. We just have to discover what the big idea is with them.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to throw a question out. Feel free to chime in. So how do we partner more effectively through industry consortia? So I talked a lot about the consortium that we stood up at PGE and the fact that Future Ready has stood up 3. How do we think about that? How do we help all of us in the room think about partnering more effectively?
So I think the establishing a partnership between academia, industry, and government to focus on not only education and training, but it's the entire talent pipeline, starting from K through 12. I think we have an immense opportunity, given the rapid technological advancements, to make computer science with a foundational course on the basics of AI, a core graduating requirement at K through 12. We've had some successes with a task force before COVID to implement AI programs at community colleges, but I'd like to expand that with Lisa's help throughout the state, through the consortia. And then we were also successful in implementing a graduate program at Oregon State, and it's nice to see that talent pipeline now work for us. And this area, the Pacific Northwest, has huge opportunities, particularly with semiconductor technology. And so we should just lean into that, and the CHIPS Act will help, and the Semiconductor Industry Consortium helps as well. So I think we have an opportunity to collaborate, and I think because of the rapid pace of technological advancements, we just need to collaborate more effectively.
Yeah, collaboration. I've heard it through all. Yeah. Lisa.
Well, and I would just add, sometimes a consortium seems very formal, but it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be, in your communities or in your industry, bringing a few employers, bring your educational provider. I will say, I'm sure there's a community college in your district that would be more than happy to be at the table with you. Just call them. And talk about that single issue of how do we deal with the workforce? What do we need for training? What do we need for supports? What are the issues? Because I think that single focus is what helps move things forward and know that it's going to take a little time, but there's so much other things that come around with it as far as working better and more collaboratively and understanding who your partners are.
Thank you. All right, next question. Future Ready is just the beginning. How do we think bigger about creating and sustaining change?
I have some
Travis.
ideas from the education side. That, when I think big, I think about starting upstream. And by that, I mean there's some research out there that shows that students have a pretty well-developed sense of their academic identity by about 4th grade. And I think that has to extend to their professional identity as well. One thing that we can do is show students what it would be like if they were able to access any of the professions that they would aspire to. We say that if you can see it, you can be it. Our school's foundation and local donors are equipping our elementary schools with career kits so that students can see from the earliest grades what it looks like to not only be a firefighter or a public safety officer, but also an engineer or a pilot. We have the Air Show Foundation bringing female pilots into our classroom to show young women that they can also aspire to be in either military careers or in aviation. We have folks like Intel bringing engineers into our classrooms at 4th grade to talk about what engineers do. Because our students can move around in town, but they don't know what happens in those mirrored windows and brick walls. They're not sure what it means to be an engineer unless their parents are in that profession. I mentioned our apprenticeship earlier, and folks from Gyra Semiconductor and Toso Quartz come into our classrooms at freshman and sophomore year to recruit future apprentices. Because again, when you're a freshman, you don't know what that looks like. When you hear Toso Quartz, you're picturing some magical crystals, but you have no idea what it is that those people do and if that would be you.
Yeah.
And so I think helping our students understand what that picture is in the future and then unlocking their talents as a match is one of our keys to thinking bigger about this in the state of Oregon.
I just wanted to say one thing, just to add to what Travis said. When we work in industry, it is critical for people who are passionate about students and growing their capabilities to come talk to them and inspire them. Because I was similarly inspired in high school by engineers. So it's really nice for somebody from Intel or from NVIDIA or from any company in the Northwest to go talk to high school students and just talk about a day in the life of a technician or an engineer. Because I think that makes a difference, because there's a large aptitude versus opportunity gap. Many students have the aptitude, but they don't know what opportunities exist, and this is a good way of closing the loop.
Part of what we're thinking about with the Clean Energy Consortium is, in the past, we would say, okay, which high schools, this is for PGE, which high schools do we want to go and visit and try to, find enough people to sort of go across our service territory, which is a lot. There are a lot of schools to attend to. With the consortium model, you can scale that. So now you have materials, and for the people that are passionate, as you all have talked about, you can send them out into the high school to talk about and model those careers at scale versus having to say, oh, you can only go to 5 schools or what have you. So it really does provide the opportunity to give students a lens into the world that we're all talking about. And we're going to have to get the grid innovation analyst at your school one of these days, Travis. So just give me that idea. Anyone else on that way? Yeah.
Yeah, so Anne, you touched on a really important topic that I think is what I get really excited about with consortia building is the ability to disseminate, right? That should be the goal of any good grant-funded program, is that we can replicate it to scale. And so by having so many pilots and so much great work happening across our state, it helps us bring it together so that we have basically this collection of all these pilots that have been tested. So they're successful already, and it allows us to be able to do them with limited resources, so we're not recreating the wheel or having to test things over and over. I mean, you've heard so many of them, the mobile labs and the partnerships with industry in the high schools. So that ability to bring us together and disseminate is something that I really think, in the spirit of thinking big, when I really think about the future of, an industry consortium across our state, I think of it like a master huge CRM, where you imagine that any student can enter any institution and their credits and their experience transitions and follows them. And think about then we bring that and broaden it to employers. Think about how great it could be for for our employees and their development, if they can go in and out of not just our career pathways, but our industry career pathways, so that they can learn more. And so when I think big, I'm thinking it might sound crazy, but having this way that we all share not only students, but talent in the future. And so I think that's the type of systems that I think that a consortium can bring.
Thank you. Any other closing thoughts from anyone on the panel?
So I would just ask, the theme here is think big. And so if I'm dreaming and thinking big, I would love to see everyone sitting in this room figure out how to engage in a consortium or in an effort that is consortium related around an area of workforce in our state. Because the more people that are engaged and involved, not only are we going to be able to accomplish more, we're going to be far more integrated in how we operate as a state, and we'll all do better. So there's my challenge to each of you.
Excellent. Anyone else?
And I think the big idea here is that our talent pool has changed dramatically. It's more diverse, it's younger, it's older. And I think we have to include all those factors as we reinvent what our talent pool will look like.
Well said. And with that, please join me in thanking these amazing people who are doing incredible work for sharing their learnings with us all. Thank you. I know we touched on the need for rethinking curriculum and how we're working with the students of today for the jobs of tomorrow. To talk about this, I want to invite to the stage Petra Marmon, a student at Central Oregon Community College. Please help me welcome Petra. Welcome. So Petra, I would love to start off by having you introduce yourself to us and tell us a little bit about your story.
Yeah, I'm a 32-year-old college student, community college at COCC. Thank you so much. Yeah, I have 2 kids, 7 and 3. I'm married. I work in the service industry as a bartender on the weekends. My husband and I swap just because childcare is expensive. We can't afford it, really. So yeah, I go to school when my kids are at school, and then yeah, we just do this like musical chairs thing and try to he helps me during finals week, and he's just supportive and amazing man. But my story is a little different. I didn't actually. So my parents, my biological parents, they suffered from substance abuse, gang violence. I'm first-generation American and first generation to go to college, so they had a really rough life. I don't think it's their fault. I think their circumstances it was just like a generational thing. But anyway, so I had no real guidance. I was taken away from my biological parents when I was 3. Growing up in the ghettos of LA, I moved to Bend and had I'd say this all the time, Oregon was my sanctuary. I love my community, Central Oregon. It's just a place with lots of hope for me and prosperity and just amazing support. And I kind of turned to college and my community. I volunteer at a few places like my kids' school and Head Start as a policy council member. And yeah, basically I took on a lot of little tasks while I'm going to school part-time, but it's just been so helpful for me and just discovering myself and what I like and what I wanted to do. I'm at the end of my, I'm applying to the nursing program soon, but basically I started with no guidance. I didn't know how, thank you. I didn't know how to apply for college. I didn't really have any basic needs. I lived very poorly for most of my life. I've worked 3 jobs and I was in healthcare 10 years prior to the pandemic, decided to go back to school after my second. So yeah, that's basically how I got to community college, and it's just a world of just resources, and I depend on them. Someone like me who my outcome could have been very different. I've had my siblings, you know, die from gang violence, and I luckily came to Oregon to live with an aunt, and I don't have any contact with my biological parents, but education is literally everything for me, and I appreciate my staff, the staff at the community college, the teachers, all of their guidance, my Latinx group, just everyone. I think it's so important to support people that go to community college because it's all we have, especially when you're working and you have children. It's all walks of life. It's not just 17-year-olds, or it's everybody. And I cannot tell you enough, like just food banks, the clothing banks, tuition. During COVID, my husband started a business and it tanked. Obviously, everything went, everyone suffered, and everything shut down. So we were living off of a $19 income. We didn't know how to pay our mortgage. We were like, oh my gosh, we're gonna lose the house. And I guess, I don't know if there was like some type of advertisement, but through the COCC website, they're like emergency funding for students. I'm like, bam, I'm there. So it's helped us so much. And online learning for me, I don't learn that way, especially anatomy and physiology. My GPA has like not, it took a big hit with online learning. I found myself ready to give up, and I had like basically a newborn, so I was just like, oh man, this is really freaking hard. I don't think I can do this. And I think I took a little break when I saw my grades kind of plummet, and I just went right back at it, and now I'm almost done, and I'm glad I stuck to it, and I'm just so grateful for my husband's support, my family, and yeah, I love my school and my staff, and I'm just grateful for people that contribute to the student funds and who supports teachers and staff, because without them, I would be literally lost. I would not be here telling you that I'm about to apply to the nursing program, so it's been great, and yeah, thank you.
And we need you in the nursing program.
Yeah.
And I love your tenacity. When you spoke a little bit earlier about the support that the community college setting offered to you, can you delve into that a little bit more and talk with us about what's been most helpful in that? Like maybe talk a little bit about some of the supports and things that you think are important for other students as well.
Yeah, so I think definitely the food banks, clothing banks, helping students access basic needs and resources, supporting staff, teachers, mental health is huge. I actually think it's kind of been like one of my, I always tell my kids, you know, like you just have to do better. You want your kids to be happy, and especially during this huge, you know, national global trauma with the pandemic. I have my kids in behavioral health, and honestly, I wish students can access those services more, but unfortunately there's a shortage everywhere, and that's just not the case. But another thing is like music and art. I heard a lot of people talk about that, and I sang in mariachi for many years, and I think that was my outlet. And I think because we don't have those resources for behavioral health, maybe just like supporting our children, especially 0 to 5, in those kind of aspects, because that kind of just gives us a little buffer, something that they can just express themselves with, and something, exactly. And who knows, maybe they'll pursue it or be a famous singer or whatever along the way. You never know where the road takes you. I'm sitting here now just talking to all these amazing people, and it sounds like we all have the same vision. So I think, yeah, definitely supporting our staff, basic needs, our students, so that it takes away those minor stressors from our goals, like school goals, like graduating, finals, midterms, studying. I cannot tell you so many times I've had brain fog just worrying about food or tuition just throughout my career. I started going to COCC in 2019, so it's been a long journey for me. It took me a lot longer, you know, because I had to work and stuff, but it's important. It's important.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate so much, and I think it was great for all of us to hear that that journey that you've been on is so similar to others, and there's a holistic approach. We can't just, you know, sort of box things up, but rather having a holistic way in which we move through our journeys together so that we can serve our communities, which you'll be wildly successful, I know, if you bring that level of passion and tenacity. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your story with us. And I'm honored to have been with you all here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for that fabulous panel. Thank you to everyone. I mean, what an outstanding topic and so much depth there. So for our final speaker of the day, we've had a Go Beavs. I know there's been a few Go Ducks out there. There's been a Go Vikings. But what we haven't heard is a Go Owls. Right? All right. So Dr. Nagi Naganathan began his tenure as the 7th president of the Oregon Institute of Technology in April of 2017. Yes, they're the Owls. Since his arrival at Oregon Tech, Dr. Naganathan has focused both internally and externally to extend the reach, recognition, and influence of the state's only polytechnic university. Dr. Naganathan earned a bachelor's degree with honors in medical engineering, a master's degree in mechanical and industrial engineering, and a PhD in mechanical engineering. Please welcome Dr. Naganathan to the stage.
Good afternoon. Come on, my students are louder than this in the afternoon. Good afternoon. So much better. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to Oregon Business Council for creating a wonderful day of listening and learning. It's an honor for me to be on this stage. I thought it was so funny that Senator Wyden talked about his hoops dreams this morning, standing on this floor. You can only imagine my plight. I can't even think of dreaming hopes. So this is probably the only time I'll be ever close to the floor of the Moda Center. So Duncan, thank you for the invitation. As president of one of Oregon's 8 public universities, Oregon Institute of Technology, and as the current chair of the Oregon Council of Presidents for all the public universities, I can assure you that while some of us may be fierce foes on the athletic fields and courts, we are just as committed to working together fiercely for a thriving Oregon. Today, I've been asked to address about building a bridge between higher education and economy. I'm going to focus on industry-university partnerships. By the way, I'm using the word industry in a very generic way. It includes businesses of all kinds, agencies, and nonprofits. So when I talk about bridges, we all know they are everywhere. We don't give it a second thought when we see them or when we drive over them. The truth is that once a bridge is built, it just becomes a fixture in our landscape and even in our minds. But when we do take the time to think about it, we know that bridge was built because someone recognized a need for communities to have more mobility, both physical and social. According to the World Economic Forum, quote, a 10-point increase in each country's global social mobility index score could lead to a $514 billion increase in global GDP, end quote. And the global mobility comes from social mobility at every level, individuals, communities, states, and provinces and countries. Personally, if I am on this stage today, it is because I was able to experience that mobility in my personal journey. I refuse to subscribe what Joe Ritchie called so appropriately as the zip code destiny, and I think it is important at the individual level. Today, if another state is able to attract a $20 billion fab, or another state is able to command a preferred destination status, it is not just happenstance or luck. You all might have heard the quote, luck is a residue of design. I would even go further. I would say luck is a residue of design, planning, and execution. So I'm going to challenge you in a few places today. I will first refer you to a book published in 2000, The Silicon Valley Edge, it has a longer title, that documented what transpired in the Silicon Valley and how the partnerships between industries and universities flourished. I was also fortunate to experience the birth and implementation of the Third Frontier program in Ohio for over 15 years, which brought higher education, industry, and government together very intentionally. Now, Ann Merceau spoke about learning from other states. And I should add at this time, we have not been entirely silent in Oregon. In summer 2020, Business Oregon had the vision to assemble the Oregon Futures Commission, comprising of more than 30 caring leaders from across the state to create the 10-year innovation plan. What we need is the collective will to execute that comprehensive plan without a scarcity mindset that Derek Thompson talked about earlier today. Recently, we did demonstrate that collective will to come together and execute a plan in select areas, namely semiconductors and advanced manufacturing. We just did not talk about what we cannot do. We came together and we made it happen, and we owe a debt of gratitude to the Oregon Business Council team for building a framework to make that possible. Please join me in a round of hands for Duncan and his team. While the sector may be semiconductors, there is nothing semi in our resolve here. We will make the impact of these major legislative investments, which you heard from our legislative leaders, a reality. In the Semiconductor Task Force, as you heard in the previous panel, we heard over and over again from business and industry that the availability of talent is a key factor in where companies chose to do business. There are at least 6,300 projected new Oregon jobs in the industry as a result of the Federal CHIPS and Science Act and the State CHIPS Act. Preparing students for these critical jobs is a crucial element that will sustain and grow the industry and the economy in Oregon. Now, reflect on yourselves. Virtually all of us in this room have higher education credentials. When our children go to higher education institutions, we want them to graduate into high-paying jobs. I hear from our industry partners, they keep playing musical chairs with professionals with experiences. Constantly, they are hiring from each other. And in a way, Senate President Wagner beat me to this afternoon. So let's ask ourselves, how come higher education's role on the industry-university government partnerships was not one of the 10 topics we polled this morning on? That is where I go back to the definition of bridge. We get so comfortable with a reliable bridge, we forget about bridging to the future. But make no mistake, educating that workforce is a team sport. Perhaps I should title this section, Did You Know? Did you know industry needs technicians with 2-year degrees, and Oregon's community colleges like Mount Hood and PCC and 15 others are filling that need? Did you know industry also needs not just engineering scientists, but also engineering technologists with 4-year degrees, like those who graduate from Oregon Tech's engineering technology programs? We have a 100% placement rate in many of our programs with starting salaries exceeding $60,000 for those students. And industries need engineers and scientists in research and development with masters and PhDs. Portland State, Oregon State, University of Oregon, OHSU, and Oregon Tech are all graduating advanced STEM graduates. And the work of the universities don't stop with semiconductors. As the city of Portland and our state continue to face challenges with behavioral health and houselessness, we heard plenty about it today, institutions of higher education are also working to address this crisis. Portland State, Southern Oregon, Eastern Oregon, and Western Oregon are all graduating the specialists we need to tackle this crisis by increasing the number of social workers and other professionals needed to create a new workforce in behavioral health. The research mission of the University of Oregon Bomber Institute is focused on the needs of our children and those who will train the teaching workforce of the future. At the Oregon Tech Behavior Improvement Clinic, experienced faculty train students to work with children who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. That clinic is the only facility of its kind in a 75-mile radius around our rural campus in Klamath Falls. In other words, every institution, from the research institutions to my Polytechnic University and to the regional comprehensive universities and the community colleges, we are all working to move our state forward. So one could ask, what's the challenge here? While we do well in coming together quickly for a common purpose in select areas of imminent needs, there is a lot more. When semiconductors were a crisis, we came together, but then we went back. So often you hear from the industry and the community, I did not know you had such a program. I did not know you put out those kind of graduates. So when it comes to connecting education and industry, we all can do our parts well, but an effective partnership comes from how we create a successful nexus of our efforts, knowing what each other has to offer. Industry in their defense, you heard from Ann, may not yet know what kind of talent they would need in 10 years. But more often, they do know what they are looking to accomplish. So we in higher education want to know how best to educate and prepare students to be innovative, curious, and be willing to welcome change and adapt to change. Today, we have an exhibit right in the above. You can see select examples of our efforts to address some of these questions, both in the classroom as well as outside, such as the case of the Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center, R&D, that is hosted by Oregon Tech. So immediately after the session, I invite you to join us in the concourse where you will see the exhibits highlighting the work of students and faculty from public universities and community colleges. Your research and education-focused institutions are engaged in projects that are more than just exciting examples of cutting-edge research happening right here in Oregon. You will see they are relevant to building Oregon's economy and address the state's most pressing challenges. You will learn about talent and workforce development for the semiconductor industry. Yes, there are chips, but not the kind you eat. We are watching your calories too. So finally, you will see that the academics are not hot air. If any, they solve problems of hot air, smoke-filled hot air from wildfires. So visit Oregon Tech's Interdisciplinary Environmental Research Center, the AIR Center. So as I come to conclude here, I want to mention a conversation I had with Senator Wyden recently in Washington, D.C. We were discussing the new inverted internships model at Oregon Tech with the Boeing Collaborative Lab. This is a very unique enterprise we have created in partnership with Boeing, so students can have internships on campus without leaving rural Klamath Falls and then fighting housing in Seattle. And we talked about our track record of providing Boeing with several talented engineering graduates each year. So he had a very thoughtful follow-up question for me. He said, how come I keep hearing that industries cannot find talent? A few minutes later, I met Congresswoman Bonamici. She had the same question independently. So my hypothesis, my solution is we must open the curtains between industry and higher education wider to see where the opportunities and assets are and how we can recalibrate talent creation for the post-pandemic AI-influenced careers. You heard it from the panel a few minutes ago about AI careers. I was in Washington, D.C. I was at National Science Foundation. I had 10 people that were ready to talk about quantum computing. Even before we get to launch about artificial intelligence, there are going to be new kinds of careers that are going to be influenced by the new type of computing, which is quantum computing, different from the classical computing we all are negotiating at this time. So what I propose is we do so instead of extrapolating our own assumptions as to what the other side wants or could do. Let's come together and have a conversation. It has to be an intentional conversation. We cannot keep wondering what the other side is up to. So today, I challenge you, those from industry, government, create that intersection with university, industry, and government. Other states have done it and done it so successfully. We too can make it happen in the state of Oregon. So please go to the concourse, talk with our students, faculty, and staff. As Senator Wyden said, let's go out swinging. Let us challenge each other to pursue our goals and solve our challenges together and intentionally. Thank you for your active listening today. See you at the exhibits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, well, you heard the doctor discuss a little exhibit that we have going on upstairs in the concourse. And as somebody who has spent a lot of time in this building over the years at Blazer games, you've heard this, somebody say this from the PA announcer. And what I'd like to do at this point is I'd like to send this to Todd and have him give us a preview of what's going on up in the concourse. Todd?
Well, thanks, Joth. I'm over here on the Moda Center concourse, and I got to tell you, it looks a little different than what I'm used to. So let me explain what we've got going on. As you work your way through the concourse, you're going to start your way through our behavioral health area. And we've got people from all over the state, from rural Oregon to the Balmer Institute operating out of Concordia. We've got Western Oregon University here talking about their Deaf Studies program, the only program of its kind available here on the West Coast. We've got Portland State University. They're encouraging people to come downtown with some of the awesome new buildings they're putting up. Now check this out. Over here we've got Oregon State University, the Department of Food and Science Technology. They're talking about food and food processing. And speaking of food, we've got snacks. That's right. Come on up and help yourself to some Oregon Bounty featuring beaver cheese, courtesy of our good friends at OSU. But wait! There's more. You're going to want to check out our next cluster of exhibits focusing on semiconductors and advanced manufacturing. Now, did you know that you could build a 30-foot skyscraper made just out of wood? It's possible, and our friends at Tallwood will tell you how. We've got robots, semiconductors. There's so much I could tell you. I could go on and on, but I got to be honest with you, I don't understand a lot of it. But thankfully, we've got way smarter people here who are going to tell you all about the awesome things they're doing right here on the stage. Semiconductors, robots, behavioral health, snacks, it's all waiting for you here on the concourse. So come on up and join me. I'm waiting for you here. Back to you, Joth.
All right, thank you, Todd. All right, everybody. First, I want to thank our sponsors. What an incredible event they allowed us to help put on. I want to thank all of you for being here, for creating a record attendance on a very important day as we look ahead to the big things that we'll do in Oregon. I want to thank the staff at OBC, the incredible staff that does amazing work, not just to get ready for the Leadership Summit, but all the work they do in policy and pulling people together and advocating for the work that needs to be done around our state. It's an amazing group of people that really sits behind the scenes to allow the work happen. So finally, I think I'm going to head up to the concourse. Join me up there. Come check out what we've got going on. And thanks again for being here at the what year is it? It's 2023 Leadership Summit. Thanks, everybody.
Please make your way to the concourse level for the innovation exhibits.
The way you look at me when you think I'm not looking tells me your heart's a sleeping giant, wanna buy someone you love before me. I see you're scared, unconvinced by what I've tried to say, that I am yours and that nothing will take me away. You already know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. I know that you know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. The way you always call me with some question in every time. Try to pretend you didn't call me just 'cause I was on your mind. Too soon for you to say out loud, but I know you love me, and though we don't say it, already shows. You already know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. I know that you know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. You already know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. You already know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. I wait for you to open up. It's not a bore. You're just what I've been looking for. Why do you keep your head in the sand? Whoever you loved before me, that ran nothing like me. Nothing like me. Nothing like me. You already know, sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. I know that you know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. You already know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. I know that you know, but sing it again. I love you, baby, nothing will take me away. The way you look at me when you think I'm not looking. The way you call me up just to see what's cooking. The way you look at me when you think I'm not looking. I look at you that way too, you just don't know that I do. I know that you know. You already know. I know you know, and I know it shows that I know you know. That when you love me, baby, I can see you love me. I know, I already know, but sing it again, sing it again.
Please make your way to the exhibit upstairs. The arena is closing.
Ha ha ha.